At 4 o'clock, the council took up 2 items of anticipated litigation. On both items, the council received updates from and provided direction to its legal counsel.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, regular meeting to order, and Stacy, can you do the roll call?
Councilmember Pulapati is absent at this time. Councilmember Sander.
Here.
Councilmember Budge, I believe, is also absent at this time. I don't see her yet. Vice Mayor Terry.
Here.
Mayor Gatewood.
Here. Here.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Stacy, can you go ahead and announce the meeting video record back play schedule, please?
The meeting of the Rancho Cordova City Council will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will air on Wednesday, April 21st at 9 a.m. and Sunday, April 25th at 6 p.m. The meeting can also be viewed on Metro Cable 14's YouTube channel. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any library branch. A copy can also be ordered from the City Clerk's Department, and a webcast of this meeting will also be available on the city's website within 48 hours of adjournment of this meeting.
Excellent. Thank you, Stacy. I'm going to call on Cyrus to go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
At this moment, I'd like to invite Lieutenant Him Kim with the Salvation Army of Rancho Cordova Corps for the invocation. Mr. Kim, you're muted, so if you want to unmute yourself and go ahead and do the invocation, that'd be great.
Okay. Okay, is that better? Okay. All right.
We can hear you.
Go ahead. Father God, we truly thank you for this day. Thank you for choosing us to be your servant, to do the works of the people. Father God, give us the strength and give us wisdom. Give us knowledge so that we may do the best the work that we can do for the people of the Rancho Cordova. Father God, may you continue to work in us and guide us throughout this epidemic and also throughout this difficult process of all the things that we need to decide. Lord, give them the things that they need, all the tools that they need to do the work right. We thank you for them. Thank you for dedication. Thank you for these wonderful people doing the work for the people of Rancho Cordova. We thank you once again and pray all this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. All right. Thank you very much. So we're going to go into presentations. I first would like to do a presentation for the Sierra Donor Services in recognition of Donate Life Month. I'm going to call on Brenda. I'm going to try your name. I'm going for it. Nairon and Christian Sutton to receive a proclamation on behalf of the Sierra Donor Services. If they could be brought up. And if Stacy, if you could show them our lovely award. And then I will start reading. Look how amazing that is. All right. Given in recognition of the Donate Life Month on April 2021, nearly 110,000 Americans are currently on the organ donation waiting list, including over 21,000 Californians. 95% of Americans believe organs, eyes, tissues, donations is the right thing to do. Yet approximately 50% nationally and 37% in California are actually registered to become a donor. Sierra Donor Services serves at the center of a dynamic, interconnected system that involves donor families, local hospitals, and transplant centers across the Northern California, including the greater Sacramento region, and a delicate and time-sensitive mission of saving lives through transplant. And in 2020, even in the midst of a global pandemic, Sierra Donor Services had its most successful year in its nearly 40 years, praise God for that, making 396 organ transplants possible thanks to the selfless generosity of 139 Northern California organ donors and increasing numbers of registered donors, eyes, and tissue donors is a benefit to all Californians and provides life-saving opportunities across the state and the nation. Registering to become an organ, eye, and tissue donor is easily accomplished online, BeTheGiftToday.com, or registering or renewing a California driver ID. The City of Rancho Cordova does hereby proclaim April 2021 as the Donate Life Month throughout the City of Rancho Cordova, and I have set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Rancho Cordova fixed on the 19th. Congratulations, guys. Would you guys like to say anything?
Thank you, Mr. Gatewood, and I want to thank the mayor of Rancho Cordova, and thank you to the office. Thank you, Stacy and Megan, for coordinating this event with us, and thank you for your continued service to the city of Rancho Cordova. I accept this proclamation on behalf of Sierra Donor Services so that we can be a resource to the city. The work I'm passionate about today started when I received a heart transplant at the age of 2. In fact, the greatest hero I've never met was my heart donor, a 3-year-old. The donor family's decision to donate their loved one's organs gave me a chance to grow up. I graduated valedictorian from high school. I'm a graduating senior at California State University Fullerton with summa cum laude honors, and I lived my dream internship on the Disney College program. This proclamation is so important because it encourages people to register as a donor hero. For example, when applying for or renewing your driver's license. It also signals to citizens the need for registration. Registering as an organ donor takes seconds, but it could mean years of life for someone else, and it has for me. With my second chance at life, I'm here to encourage our community to be that second chance at life for someone else. There is a quote attributed to Pablo Picasso that says, "The meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to give it away. The point is to give, and if possible, to give of yourself." Thank you.
Mayor, this is Brendan Ryan. Christian, thank you so much. And I just wanted to also thank Megan Siren for her efforts in making the proclamation possible. She elevated the request to you, and it's just heartfelt appreciation that you presented the proclamation to us. And the proclamation is really about the heroes, transplant donors, the recipients, their families and friends, and it all starts with donor registration. And Mayor, Sierra Donor Services wants to be a partner with the city and a resource to the city to bring more awareness surrounding donor registration. So we definitely are here for you and your community. And with that, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and well said.
Gary, could some of us make some comments? I just wanted to say thank you.
Go ahead, Donald.
Share a little story. So thank you for all of your work and staff for bringing this forward. As the son of a mother who had 3 transplants in her life, My brother had a transplant, a kidney. These are all kidney transplants. He had his kidney transplant 2 months ago, and my aunt is living with a donor kidney as well right now. So thank you for all of the work that you're doing to raise awareness. And yes, people, please register to donate.
Thank you for sharing that, Donald.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. All right. So can we go ahead and do the next one? If you would go ahead and bring up Shauna Franklin. All right. So this is a presentation of a proclamation of the outgoing community prosecutor, Shauna Franklin. So I'm going to go ahead as a mayor and use my mayoral powers and say no. So if we could just go ahead and nix this and take the proclamation away. I'm going to say no to that. Thank you for the offer, though. I appreciate that. We'll go ahead and keep you another 10 to 20 years. We're good. We're good with that. I hate these. All right. Stacey, can you please show her the proclamation? Oh. And given in recognition to Shauna Franklin, Deputy District Attorney, April 19th, 2021. Whereas Shauna Franklin began for the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office in 1999, various capacities, including prosecuting misdemeanors, felonies, domestic violence, career criminals, sexual assaults, major narcotics, gangs, and homicides. For nearly 5 years, Mrs. Franklin has played an integral role, an amazing integral role. Amazing. It's not on there, but I'm going to add it. Don't worry. It's going to be in blue pen. It's fine. In reducing crime within Rancho Cordova while serving the city of Rancho Cordova community prosecutor, working with the city and local agencies and including law enforcement, neighborhood services, and fire to increase quality of life for residents in Rancho Cordova. Ms. Franklin spearheaded the chronic nuisance offenders programs and innovation programs that fight crime while providing chronic nuisance offenders with opportunities and resources to take a new path. Mrs. Franklin contributed her time and efforts and expertise to the homeless outreach team, which has just been amazing that you were willing to take that on. Illegal cannabis cultivation enforcement and mitigation of nuisance properties within the city of Rancho Cordova. So if you guys have any questions about what takes care of our nuisance properties, it's her. That's why I still think we shouldn't do this, but I'm going to keep reading. As Ms. Franklin has been an active leading participant in the community, crime watch meetings, business meeting watches, and helps with city partners and residents and business education, helping them to work and mitigate quality of life issues in their neighborhoods. Ms. Franklin has spent countless hours, participating in youth outreach, education, preventing programs, speaking to youth. The city particularly proud of grateful to Mrs. Franklin for bringing the DA Youth Academy to Rancho Cordova, which focuses on educating youth on forensic, gang, narcotics, dangers, and distracted driving by human trafficking. And now, therefore, it be resolved, the city of Rancho Cordova does hereby honor and thank Shauna Franklin for her hard work and commitment to making a difference in the Rancho Cordova city. We wish you nothing but the best as you get hired on at Adams Firm. Did that come out loud? Sorry, folks. I have set my hand and caused the seal of Rancho Cordova to be affixed on the 19th of April, 2021. Congratulations. We wish you nothing but the best. Thank you for everything you do for my city.
You've got me a little choked up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council members and City Manager Abhar. I can't tell you what a pleasure it was these last 5 years working with all of you and all of the wonderful staff that you have in Rancho Cordova. I will be honest, I did not have a fair assessment of the city of Rancho Cordova when I started. And I can't tell you how impressed I am and moved by the commitment by all of you, by everyone that you work with to remedy from the smallest of things to the biggest of things that you may have happening in your community. Your commitment to the people that live in and around the city of Rancho Cordova is unparalleled to any that I have seen. The people that live there, the people that work there, the people that have businesses in your community are so, so very fortunate to have you representing them and taking care of them, and doing your very best to ensure their safety and their happiness and their livelihoods. Letting me be a small part of that has been a huge honor, and probably one of the most fun 5 years that I've had in my over 20-year career. So I want to thank you for letting me be a part of it, even if it was just a small part for a small amount of time. I am more than 100% confident that Lauren Miller, who is taking my place, will fill my shoes and then some. You are getting a wonderful prosecutor and a wonderful person in Lauren. And I'm grateful for that too. I'm grateful to my office for making sure that you were well taken care of when I left, because that was important to me. You're all important to me, and I just wanted to say thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if I may make a comment.
Please, Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you, Shauna. I've had the honor and privilege of working with Shauna for the last 5 years. What she has done for this community would not have been possible without her commitment and dedication and passion. She worked hard, she worked smart, and she was very diligent in what she did. So you will be greatly missed, and I congratulate you on your much well-deserved promotion to moving on to a different role within the DA's office. But the work that you have done for our community and the foundation that you laid will survive way, way beyond you. So thank you for all the programs that you have initiated, the work you have done, and the attention to details and the work that you did for this community. I'm very grateful, and what a joy and pleasure to have worked with you, Shauna.
Thank you, Cyrus.
Mayor, if I may briefly also, Shauna, I just
job, Adam.
We've already offered you the job, not really, but we, on behalf of my team, Trevor and Frank and my assistant Stephanie, we really appreciate your work. We appreciate your coordination with our office to find the best ways to serve the communities, to find the best ways to address the complex and difficult public issues that we work on together. We think we have moved the needle on a variety of issues, from homelessness to cannabis enforcement and nuisance issues. And we look forward, Lauren, to having an active, regular, and highly collaborative and highly efficient relationship to serve the community and continue to be highly responsive to the council's directions and the city manager's objectives.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you. Good luck.
Shauna, I just want to thank you for all your efforts with the city. I remember when you in this position were just sort of a little sparkle in our eye at Growing Strong Neighborhoods in Rancho Cordova, as we tried to figure out what tools can we assemble to really turn this community around on the things that matter to residents and future residents. And as we talked about the challenges that were ahead, the opportunity to work with the district attorney's office in this specific role, in a similar way to what we had done with probation and in enhancing our own police department, and certainly our probably regionally leading code enforcement efforts, you just fit into that team marvelously and tackled some really tough and hopefully interesting things along the way. So we have learned a lot from you. Our residents have gained enormously from your efforts. I hope that we sort of set a standard or a bar or an example in the region for things you could accomplish working together between a city and the district attorney's office. So I think all around this has been a spectacular arrangement. Very sorry to see you go, but very happy to see you take advantage of other opportunities. And of course, we look forward to your great replacement, who I'm sure will be coming along shortly, because we don't want to be without this position. Thank you, Shauna.
Thank you so much, Councilman.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Do you want to introduce Lauren Miller to us?
Absolutely. Lauren Miller is here with us tonight. She has already hit the ground running, and we are in. I've tried to convey to her I am not far, because when I started this job, like Lauren, we've been trial lawyers our whole career. And so this is a completely different kind of work, and takes a little bit of getting up to speed. So I'm hopeful that, and I know she already has and will continue to take advantage of the fact that I'm a phone call away, I'm an email away. But Lauren has already hit the ground running and working on projects. So without further ado, Lauren Miller, you want to introduce yourself a little bit?
Sure. Thank you, Shauna. And I'm excited to be here. One day, I'm sure we can all meet in person. Let me just start by just telling you guys a little bit about myself. I started in the DA's office in 2001, so I've been here about 20 years. I went through some of the normal felony trial teams, from misdemeanors to felonies. I did domestic violence. I was in the career criminal unit. I did elder abuse. I did the last unit I was in until I came to this unit was the asset forfeiture unit, which I was in for almost 6 years. So I've been in the office for a long time. And like Shauna said, this position is unique in our office. And I think that I am lucky to be here. I've been interested in coming to this unit for a little bit. So I think I'm lucky. There's only a few of these positions open in our office. So I'm glad that I'm here, and I'm really happy to be here. I have heard some amazing things from Shauna about the city leaders, the community leaders. And so I'm just excited to finally be here in this as a community prosecutor for Rancho Cordova. And I look forward to working with the city in collaboration. And hopefully I will be able to fill Shauna's shoes. And I look forward to doing that. So thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much. You will be missed.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everybody. I've really appreciated our time. And just like with Lauren, I'm only a phone call away from all of you, too. So if I can ever be of assistance.
Thank you again. All right.
Welcome,
Shelley, if you wouldn't mind bringing up Shelley, please. Casey. All right. This is a presentation by the Cordova Community Council in the recognition of Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. So I'm going to call on Shelley Blanchard, the Executive Director of the Cordova Community Council and my personal friend, to give an amazing presentation. Only 3 hours to go.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, Manager Abhar, and fellow Rancho Cordovans. Since 2019, April has been designated as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in the state of California. April 19th through 23rd is Arts Advocacy Week, so I am delighted to be here to thank you for past support and advocate for continuing support of the richness and texture brought to community life through artistic expression. It may surprise you to learn that the ecosystem of arts, culture, and creativity in California is vast and impactful, representing over 8% of the gross state product. At $174 billion, this sector of the economy is almost double the $93 billion construction sector and nearly triple the $54 billion agriculture sector. This sector relies on revenue from live events, indoor attractions, gatherings, and group participation, which has largely been shut down for over a year to stop the spread of COVID-19. According to some, the arts, entertainment, and recreation sectors will not fully recover from this public health crisis until 2025. In Rancho Cordova, this sector is dominated by nonprofit arts organizations, but just beneath the surface are artists and musicians and others who make their living from the arts. They provide sound and lighting services. They operate arts venues. They produce videos, and on and on and on. So what may seem on its surface to like a luxury is really bread at the table for many individuals and businesses and arts providers who actually call Rancho Cordova home. You as a city council are considering investment of millions of dollars in a civic center project that has art at its heart, because you know that elevating the arts and providing the equivalent of a field of dreams for music and theater and sculpture makes Rancho Cordova an interesting and better place to live. So with that background, I'll take a few short minutes to describe what's going on in Rancho Cordova with regard to this artistic endeavor as we begin to emerge, yay, from the pandemic. I certainly believe that it will be the creatives among us who will lead us back to normalcy. Who hasn't heard somebody say, I will know we are out of the woods when I can go see a movie or visit Disneyland? Please advance the PowerPoint. First of all, Symphony d'Oro is Rancho Cordova's 60-member volunteer symphony orchestra, which kept busy through the pandemic, releasing virtual recordings and hosting online events with conductor Pete Nolan, including how to conduct an orchestra. The orchestra is hankering to get back to rehearsals in person, but are planning a virtual Paparetta coming in May. They are working in partnership with the Rancho Cordova River City Concert Band and Cordova High School for the visual recording of Bohemian Rhapsody, which I hope you all saw, which was produced for the Kids Day Art Show at the MAC. And they participated in the Holiday Lights drive-through. They're also working along with the Cordova Concert Band with the Mandarins, which were working together with the orchestra and Mandarins to provide new and state-of-the-art rehearsal space for all three groups right here in Rancho Cordova. Please advance. Next, we have the Rancho Cordova River City Concert Band, which is now 70 musicians strong and has already been a leader in the virtual concert space, not only in our area, but really in Halloween, Christmas, and leading the recent Bohemian Rhapsody project. They were invited to present to an international organization of concert bands, one of only two in the entire United States, on how they have responded to the pandemic. So they are now rehearsing outside at the Mine Shaft on Monday nights. They're there right now as they await the opportunity to get inside. They've been participants in the Holiday Lights drive-through and looking for ways to get back to music for all of us. Next slide, please. Rancho Cordova Arts is the visual arts component of the Rancho Cordova art scene. They have been participants in so many ways. The little picture you see there is just a section of this stunning light arts installation that they had at the Holiday Lights drive-through. They've recorded dozens of DIY stay-at-home art projects for artists of all levels and ages. They will be continuing the City Hall shows. They have continued right through the pandemic. They will be painting a live mural display at Kids Day, Safari Drive-Through this weekend. And they are the docent heart of the Mills Station Arts and Culture Center, and I'm going to talk about that more in a moment. Next slide. What's really been exciting for us is to watch how other art activities are emerging organically on their own, which is very exciting. So Hummingbird Theater has completed auditions just last week and is working in partnership with the California Capitol Film Office, also located in Rancho Cordova, planning for a performance of Stephen Sondheim's Into the Woods this October. Looking forward to that. Sacramento Spark, which is the local Burning Man group, is gearing up for another artful drive-through experience at the Mine Shaft property in May. If you went last year, you know it'll be interesting, right? The nonprofit California Capitol Arts organization is exploring everything from a Rancho Cordova improv group to a film festival to opera in the park, all under the leadership of Charles Lago, shown here in his top hat. The California Capitol Air Show, which to me is as much a part of our local culture as anything, is getting ready to fill the skies over Rancho Cordova again this fall, and bringing back that, touch point for all of us of the Air Force that once was such a big part of our Rancho Cordova culture. And the Cordova Community Council is looking to partner with Soilborn Farms. We've got this all planned for with Soilborn Farm for Brushes and Beats, which will bring music and art down on the farm this fall. And if you see a trend here, it's really collaboration, not only within art groups, but among art groups, which is not always the case as art groups compete for available resources. In Rancho Cordova, kittens were brought up with the puppies, and as a result, everybody gets to work together for for power in numbers. Next slide, please. Last but not least, I have to talk about the Mills Station Arts and Culture Center, and what a revelation it has been to learn what happens when you give art a place to live. Mr. Abhar, I often recall that important conversation you and I had when we agreed that taking this unused historic building and bringing it to life as a center for arts and culture should result in a gem for Rancho Cordova. You used that word. Well, we're a few years in, and I am happy to report that the MAC is not a gem. It is a jewelry box full of surprises that appeals to all kinds of artists and lovers of arts and culture of all ages, with so much more to come. Please advance the slide. We have all kinds of shows yet to come in 2021, ranging from fine art, emerging from the lowly gourd, to a pigskin peanuts exhibit on loan from the Charles Schultz Museum, to a truly extraordinary exhibit of hundreds of hats from a Rancho Cordova collector, which we'll be calling the Mad Hatter. The MAC has sprouted an arts lending library for the public to explore. There's so much to see, so much to enjoy at the MAC. Thank you, City of Rancho Cordova voters, for making the Community Enhancement Fund available to bring arts and culture to all of us at the MAC. Next slide. To bring us back to where we started, April is Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, and you are surrounded by it in Rancho Cordova. It's growing, it's changing and evolving, and here to stay with the continuing support of residents, businesses, and our great city. It brings us to life, and it makes us think, and it makes us smile. It was the great scientist, Albert Einstein, who said, creativity is intelligence having fun. I like that, and I think it's true. So please, take a break from your normal routine and enjoy this beautiful month of April, when we pause as Californians to appreciate art and the creative minds who create it. I would be happy to answer any questions. It's really my honor to be here representing the vast number of incredibly interesting people who make up your Rancho Cordova arts community. And just do not exist, and the best is yet to come.
Thank you so much, Shelley. Does any council members have any questions? No, you're just great. We appreciate having you in the city, and you actually may never retire. I don't know how to actually put that proclamation in place, but their never retirement phrase.
Oh.
Yeah. Everything you do for our city is a benefit and a blessing. No other city can say they have such an amazing organization, and I truly do not know what the city would be without you. So we appreciate you, and we can't wait for Arts and Culture Month.
Well said, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Garrett is
All right.
right. He else has an organization devoted to fun.
I would just add, Shelley, the arts plan, that you worked on for several years, and the city adopted, still has some elements out there to implement, and some other great ideas we can move forward on. So I'm looking forward to those as we roll out this art strategy for Rancho Cordova. So great work so far, really exciting stuff. But as always, we know we're going to do better.
Truly, where the arts are concerned, the best is yet to come, always.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Shelley. All right. Can someone get me Rivka? Stacy?
She's joining.
There she is. Hey, my favorite person. All right. This presentation is a proclamation to the Sacramento Public Library Recognition Month. So I'm going to call on Rivka is now at the front. So can we see, Rivka, you can see your amazing proclamation right there. Get ready because I'm about to read it. This is another person that I think should never retire, ever, right? All right, given in recognition of National Library Week, April 19th, 2021, National Library Week has been sponsored by the American Library Association for more than 60 years in observation of libraries across the county, and is a time to celebrate librarians, librarian workers, and Rivka. Excuse me. Staff at the Sacramento Library should be honored and recognized for their contribution to make throughout the Sacramento County, including, not even on here, but opening up their facilities during COVID, making sure to have a drive-through facility to drop off books so my population could still have a way to check it out, even if they couldn't afford it. Really stepping up during COVID. I mean, like, amazing. During COVID-19, the pandemic, our staff were fearless, supported the community through vital programs, personalized shopping, curbside service, and computer access to in-person browsing. I mean, they went above and beyond. They even promised to build the next library in the city of Rancho Cordova. Sacramento Library provides services to people of all ages, abilities, enrich support, and recognize diverse communities, develop new services that enhance literacy and preserve the history and support learning of all ages. The City Council and the City of Rancho Cordova does hereby recognize the Sacramento Public Library and its employees for making a difference in the City of Rancho Cordova and the surrounding community. I have set my hand and caused the seal of City of Rancho Cordova to be affixed this 19th of April, 2021. Congratulations, Rivka. You are amazing.
Thank you. And I'm here with both Deputy Directors, Kathy Crosswaite and Jared Keller. I can see Jared on my screen, but I can't see Kathy. And none of this would be possible without their incredible hard work. I want to mention a couple of things that we were able to do. Garrett, you're amazing. You've got the whole story about what the library's been doing since COVID. And I love that we followed the arts presentation, because libraries are all about creativity. They're all about creating those opportunities for people to learn anything they want to learn, to have access to materials that they need. We closed our doors on March 18th. On March 22nd, we launched virtual job coaching for people who had been affected by the pandemic. On March the 26th, we launched virtual story times, and curbside service came around the 1st of June. We provided school support. We did all the things that Mayor Gatewood mentioned, but we also helped other agencies. We delivered meals to more than 1,000 seniors through the Great Plates program. That was to benefit local restaurants, actually to keep them kind of almost solvent and intact, as well as providing meals to seniors. We made thousands of calls for the 2020 census to remind people to do their census work. We were front and center during the both election cycles, the one just before COVID and in November. More than 4,000 volunteer hours made sure that people voted, were able to drop off their ballots, vote safely. I'm just really proud of everyone, and I'm proud of what we've done for very young children. We have teens running homework zones after school. It's, and we get thank you notes almost every day from members of our community. So thank you for recognizing the library, and especially library staff, because without their hard work and their willingness to come to work every day, it wouldn't be happening. And we are so happy now that our doors are open in most locations. People can come in and browse, pick out their own materials, use our computers. As you know, there's a huge digital divide. Not everybody has a computer or internet access at home. We're able to do all of that. So thank you for your support, and thank you for recognizing the library staff. They're the ones who make this all happen.
Excellent. Yay. Thank you, Rivka.
You're welcome.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Public comment. Citizens wishing to address the council or any matter not on the agenda may do so at the time via teleconference by using Zoom. If you want to make a public comment, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of the center of the screen. If you're participating by telephone and you want to make a public comment, please press *9 to raise your hand. For those participating by Zoom or telephone, please wait till you've been called upon by the city clerk. Speakers are encouraged to keep their comments to 3 minutes or less and state the name or community of residence. Under the provision of the California State Code, the City Council is prohibited from discussing or taking immediate action on any item not on the agenda unless it is demonstrated to be of an emergency nature or the need to take immediate action arose after the posting of the agenda. Stacy, do we have anyone that would like to speak?
I see one hand raised via Zoom, and that is Andranik. And I see another hand. So we'll start with Andranik. And I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, and you'll have 3 minutes if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Hello?
we can. Go ahead, Andranik.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Andranik Poladian, and I, on behalf of your Armenian American constituents, want to express my appreciation and gratitude for your time, consideration, and your cooperation in getting on the agenda the resolution recognizing the independence of Artsakh. Your Armenian American constituents call Rancho Cordova their home and are beholden to this great city. The importance of today's vote on the resolution is paramount to the spirit of the Armenian people. You will be contributing to a small victory for a people who have seen dark days in their history. One of the darkest days in human history is memorialized this April 24th of every year, which is the start of the Armenian genocide. On that date, the intelligentsia of the Armenian community in Constantinople were rounded up and ultimately deported or executed. Further, the men in the military were disarmed and forced to labor death camps. The remaining population of women, children, and the elderly were subjected to mass deportations from their ancestral homeland, where they had lived for millennia, much like the most recent events of the fall 2020 war, where many citizens of Artsakh were forced from their homes. The remaining population during the genocide were marched through the desert, where much of them met their demise along the route or at the Deir ez-Zor concentration camps in Syria. By the beginning of the 1920s, of the 2 million Armenian population of the Ottoman Empire, 1.5 million had been exterminated. Preceding these events, the massacres of the Armenian population during the Hamidian massacres in the 1890s, leading to the early 1900s killings, such as the Adana massacres, are precedents that took another toll of up to 400,000 souls. Considering these historical events, you will be making history today by recognizing Artsakh's independence and their struggle for freedom, just as our great United States of America did during the American Revolution. The right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is the pinnacle of the rights of humanity. You are and forever will be on the right side of history. Let it be known to the world, we are here to stay. The Armenian people's will to survive, to flourish, and to contribute to this great city, our great United States of America, and to humanity remains resolute. Our will not be broken. Our fire will not be put out. The flame of our ancestors will be lit forever in our hearts and minds. Their memory is with us. We are pleased to know that Rancho Cordova's leadership is with us. God is with us for freedom, justice, and lasting peace. God bless you, and thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next
Yeah.
public
All right,
comment is Lanny. And I'm going to go ahead and unmute her, if I said that right.
Pretty close. It's Lane Himmelman. So thank you so much, esteemed city council members. My name is Lane Himmelman. I'm here representing Habitat for Humanity of Greater Sacramento and providing just a quick comment for our grant request to provide critical home repairs to low-income homeowners in Rancho Cordova through the Community Enhancement Fund. I wanted to share, a few days ago, I had the opportunity to visit and check in with one of our previous Rancho Cordova Community Enhancement Fund home repair recipients. His name is Miles Maria, and he and his wife live on Agnes Circle. Miles is a senior, a Vietnam veteran, and low income. And prior to the help through the Community Enhancement Fund grant and Habitat, Miles didn't know what he was going to do. His roof was falling apart, and he and his wife, being on fixed income, they didn't have the funds to fix it. But through support from the 2019 to 2020 Rancho Cordova Community Enhancement Fund grant, we were able to help Miles with the critical roof repair to help make sure that he and his wife could continue to age with dignity in their home of 2 decades without fear of displacement. And through an additional partnership with SMUD, we were also able to help Miles' 30-year dream of solar possible. And so when I was out there with Miles a few days ago, he shared he never thought he'd be able to get help like this and was particularly inspired we were able to make it happen during a pandemic. And when I asked if he could put into words the way that having those home repairs made him feel, he broke down into tears and he asked me, how does one feel when a miracle happens to them? And of course, I totally lost it too. But I share this with you because Miles' story is just one of hopefully many more to come with your support tonight of our current request for funding through the city's Community Enhancement Fund. And again, I want to keep my comments short because I don't need to share with you that the need to build and preserve affordable housing for our most vulnerable constituents is great, and how COVID has exacerbated the substandard housing conditions far too many of our low-income families, seniors, and veterans on fixed income are facing. But I will share our gratitude for the City of Rancho Cordova's staff recommendations for funding so that we can hopefully continue to grow our home repairs program and impact here in Rancho Cordova and give priority to Rancho Cordova constituents in need of critical repairs and preservation support. So thank you so much for your time.
All right. And on that,
Before we
will go ahead
Before we
and
continue on with additional public comments with the hands that are raised, I'd like to remind everyone that for the general public comment, this is for items that are not on the agenda. For items that are on the agenda, we will allow for public comment when we get to those items on the agenda. Just wanted to provide that reminder to all of you.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Is there anyone else who would like to raise their hand with regards to general public comment? No. Okay. So Mayor Gatewood, I'll turn it back over to you.
excellent. I'm going to go ahead and ask for council reports. And we'll start with, is Siri around or is she not here yet?
She's here, Council,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Siri, go ahead and give your council report. All right, I'm going to move on to
Just
David.
give her, she's moving over just a moment. I had to go through quite a few people.
Oh, okay.
You can come back to me, Garrett.
Okay, David, go ahead.
Okay. Well, it has been a very busy 2 weeks. It seems like the entire COVID slowdown just put off a whole bunch of things, and they're all coming back right now. So it is a plate full, definitely, as a city councilman. So I've had a lot of meetings with regard to federal policy, whether it's America's Job Act or transportation reauthorization, or the rescue funding that was put in place a couple weeks ago. And National League of Cities, where I serve on the board, and I'm also transportation chair, has been all over those topics. I've had a lot of meetings on transportation policy. And the refreshing thing about those discussions is there's a lot of focus on, frankly, communities like Rancho Cordova, where there's a big backlog of infrastructure issues that should be taken care of in order for us to function efficiently going forward. Streets where we have no sidewalks, streets with broken sidewalks, streets that are in need of significant repair, or just streets that are in need of significant maintenance in order to keep them in a good shape that's easily maintained. So there's a lot of work that the National League of Cities is doing there on cities' behalf, and I will do my best to keep you informed beyond just the normal communications that my colleagues are probably getting from the National League of Cities. I attended the California League of Cities, or Cal Cities Rev and Tax Committee meeting last week. Got a legislation summary, which I think all of you have been given. I'm not certain if you have. Maybe I will circulate that just in case. Some of our old friends in the legislature are up to their usual antics, I guess I will say, in deciding that the folks who are elected to that dome in downtown Sacramento know better than we do on any range of topics. It's pretty broad and expansive. Some ideas that are there. For example, there's a move that would ban the data collected by license plate readers from being used past 48 hours after when it was collected, which would be a fundamental blow to how you do law enforcement in a community where you happen to have those license plate readers. And it seems no one bothered to talk to law enforcement. Someone just thought, oh, that's a great idea. Let's ban this. There's a bunch of stuff like that that Cal Cities is taking on. There are also opportunities in pandemic response and in some rescue funding that came through the state, and opportunities with regard to affordable housing and other issues that face the state. So hopefully, good will outweigh the bad, but as usual at Cal Cities, we've got our eye on the ball, and we're focused on local control. I attended, as many of you probably did, Police Chief Kate Adams and her presentation last week at the Cordova Community Council and the Rancho Cordova Chamber Luncheon, the community luncheon in Rancho Cordova. She did a great job. She talked about overall, Rancho Cordova has seen an over 60% drop in crime since our incorporation, which is a remarkable feat. And I was really glad to see her put that out there and answered a blizzard of questions from the community on all different sorts of questions. So congratulations, Chief, on a great job there. And thank you, Community Council and Chamber, for continuing to put on those great lunches that are so informative for our residents. SACOG funding, our SACOG board meeting last week, we approved the funding that was done in this regional funding round. Rancho Cordova did particularly well, as I reported last time, with 3 major projects funded in that cycle. Planning for Chase Drive, some work for Matherfield Road, and also some work on White Rock Road. So we have those projects coming forward in the next couple of years that we'll see dirt turned here and great plans done with regard to Chase Drive, and more to come. It sets us up for even more funding from other sources, and we're looking at a very funding-rich year for transportation and other priorities. So City Council, this is going to be a remarkable time for us with regard to infrastructure. Regional SAN, I had a special meeting of Regional SAN staff I'm the new guy on the board there, but a special meeting that I called last week to talk to them about economic development issues, particularly the sorts of things that affect us when we try to do redevelopment along Folsom Boulevard or Sunrise or Paloma, issues that crop up when the sewer system and the facilities are slightly perhaps out of date or out of code, and enormous fiscal barriers get thrown in front of infill development and redevelopment. And we talked about how the sewer district and Regional SAN could better consolidate the programs they have available for economic development, and how we might be able to substantially enhance it towards that goal we kicked around a couple of years ago, but also this past year was mentioned at our retreat, of could you get into a zero fee zone along those commercial corridors like Folsom Boulevard? Could we get to a situation with all the agencies involved in permitting that you could get to zero fees for a developer coming to an area like that, where all of us have a huge stake in seeing reinvestment and renewal in those corridors? So great progress, I think, with Regional SAN. More work to do with regard to the entire board, sort of buying into that sort of an idea. But the barriers that I thought would be there, like Prop 218, turn out not to be a barrier for this kind of activity. So that's really good news. National League of Cities, Board of Directors, we have an organizational update going on there where we're resetting some priorities for the organization. It's an interesting time because of all the work I mentioned earlier. I just wanted to let you know that that process was ongoing. And finally, I went to the Student Art Show at the MAC that was just mentioned here earlier. And it was an amazing representation of art from classrooms and schools all over our community. But some schools really seem to step above and beyond in terms of the quality and quantity of the art that their students submitted to the art show. And I wanted to recognize those here because it takes some extra effort by art teachers and parents and students in producing the art to have a great showing at our Rancho Cordova Student Art Show. And so the schools that really did well were George Washington Carver High School, the St. John Vianney Catholic School, and of course, Riverview Elementary or Riverview STEM Academy. Those 3 schools really showed the talent of their students and gave us some indication of the level of artistic education that they're giving their student body. So kudos to them, Riverview Elementary, George Washington Carver, and St. John Vianney for their great showing in the Rancho Cordova Student Art Show. Can't wait to see next year's show. And if you haven't seen one, you should. It's really inspirational and fun to see what kids put together. That is my report.
Well, you haven't been busy at all, so let's try to keep that up. Let's try to include some more stuff in that. Siri, go ahead.
So from my perspective, I attended a career panel with the Silver Optimists, and we talked about, the career and as being an engineer and being in politics. And I attended another woman empowerment panel called Shakti, organized to show how we're dealing with work-life balance in these COVID times. I also attended the Chamber of Commerce meeting to understand, where they are, what gaps are that they're seeing with the City Council, and what's working between us and the Council, and what else we could do. I learned a lot from them, and I'm going to set up some follow-up one-on-ones to follow through, and it was pretty educational. Short and sweet.
All right, thank you, Siri. Linda.
Okay, I actually had two routine meetings this time. I attended LAFCO, and there were two interesting items. One was the Municipal Services Review of the Florin Resource Conservation District, which is also the Elk Grove Water District. And these are things that are done routinely. LAFCO rolls through the year doing municipal services reviews for all of the various special districts in the region. But the most interesting part is something that David knows about. There is a reclaimed water project that Regional SAN is conducting, and this will include, this time the water is specifically for agricultural uses. In the past, their reclaimed water project provided water through purple pipes for Laguna West, but this one will provide water for agricultural uses in a very large stretch of the rural South County. It goes pretty much from I believe about the Elk Grove city limits down to Prairie City Road between Highway 5 and 99. So it's a very large area. And if they can be successful in bringing reclaimed water for agricultural purposes there, it will be a very groundbreaking project and extremely valuable. And when you consider the fact that we're all having to pay for their enhanced water treatment of the water that they put into the Sacramento River, this project is the kind of thing that allows them to not have to repeat this sort of extremely large civic project, which will mean that they'll be able to keep our rates lower, because our rates went up significantly when they had to start that water treatment project. So that is, that's LAFCO. Rancho Cordova met, Elk Grove. Regional Transit met, and the main issue was the annexation of Elk Grove into the Regional Transit District. It took a lot of coordination between the City of Elk Grove, Regional Transit staff, and the unions who worked for the original Elk Grove E-Tran, and they managed to pull that off. And so we approved an annexation agreement, a license agreement for their corporate yard, and an administrative fee agreement. The other interesting thing that happened at Regional Transit, David, you'll identify with this one, they changed the voting structure. After the last 10 or 12 years or so of having votes assigned on a percentage basis to different city council members and members of the Board of Supervisors, they decided that each person would now have one vote. The issue that I personally see with that is the fact that instead of one member organization having one vote, one person will have a vote. So there could still be clusters of votes that were consolidated in order to sway a decision one way or another. But at least there will not be the assignment of votes. So in the past, if only one city council member for the city of Sacramento out of the 4 seats showed up, then all of those votes would aggregate to that one council member. And the same was true of the county of Sacramento. If only one member of the board showed up, as opposed to the 3 who would normally have seats, then that one member was able to vote the aggregate of those vote totals. So this does away with that, and apparently it is much more in keeping with the way regional transit organizations around the United States conduct their affairs. So we'll see how that one works out.
Linda, can I ask you a question about that?
Of course.
So, yeah, I was there when the original change was made.
I remember.
To vote based on how many dollars each agency put into regional transit, which we thought at the time was quite equitable. As Rancho Cordova, for example, I would have, out of 100 votes on the entire board, I would have 8 or 9 of them,
Right.
something like that, based on how many dollars we put in. Citrus
Right.
Heights would have a similar number. Folsom would have far fewer. They'd have like 3, because at the time they were a separate entity. They hadn't joined the district.
Yeah, and actually at that time, David, nobody Rancho Cordova was a full member. Citrus Heights was only a partial member, and Elk Grove and Folsom were not members.
That's right. Citrus Heights came on later.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing that happened is after Citrus Heights joined, there was a vote very critical to Rancho Cordova about whether or not to charge for parking at the Mayfield Light Rail Station.
I remember.
And that vote came down 51 votes against, 49 votes in favor. And it was downtown versus the suburbs, pretty much straight up. Does downtown have the right to impose its will on the suburbs?
Right.
The answer was no, based on where the dollars were coming from, because that's how the votes were represented there. And you would have thought the building had fallen down around us. The board members were in shock the downtown board members were in shock that could happen. Yeah, how is this possible? So what I'm worried about right now, you just had Elk Grove join and bring more money, and Folsom is 100% in, Citrus Heights in, we're in. Is this just a strategy to ensure downtown has more control than anybody else over the future of regional transit?
No, not for all intents and purposes. It was an attempt to try to equalize the voting. But as I talked to the RT attorney, we still have the one issue of the fact that it is one individual member as opposed to one individual organization. So again, from my perspective, if it were going to be a true regional transit organization, each organization that is a member would send only one delegate.
Yeah.
But that part is not changing yet.
Well, given that transit is facing so much modernization right now, and there's so many growing pains with that, and a lot of reforms still necessary, that, you know, the voting structure bothers me, but I guess it's a done deal at this point.
Well, and it is a kind of a work in progress. And you're right. Press release from Regional Transit today, they just got $33 million from SACOG for system modernization, which of course is primarily intended to buy the new low-flow cars to replace the ones that have been in service since the start of this thing 35 or 40 years ago. And it means that people will be able, they'll have to redo the actual light rail stations, but it does mean that people will be able to walk or roll straight onto the train as opposed to having to go up some ramp and hold the whole system up. So you're right. Transit in general is evolving. So on a lighter note, then I was able to do a Zoom happy hour with my Harvard class, which was really interesting. Cyrus, you have to tell somebody in your class to organize this. One of the people organized it, and it was on a Friday afternoon. It was done at 1 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, which of course was, no, I'm sorry, it was done at like 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, which of course was like 1 o'clock here. But as they always say, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and it was great to catch up with all the people and see where they are now and what they're doing. I spent the majority of last week with my mother in Tucson, celebrating her 99 and a half years. And there's absolutely no reason to expect that she won't make it to 100 in November. And then finally, along those same lines, somebody who was very dear to our city manager, his mom, passed away recently. And so, Garrett, we need to adjourn tonight in honor of Azizi Musuni. Cyrus, am I saying that right? Masumi.
Thank you, Linda. It's Masumi.
Masumi. So we want to adjourn tonight in honor of Cyrus's mom. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Linda. Donald. Donald, you're on mute.
Thanks. Linda took my adjourn in memory, but thank you, Linda, for doing that and honoring Cyrus. I'll start. We had a Folsom Cordova 2x2 this morning. I will say that if we're just doing the Pepsi challenges on school districts and their success in managing through a pandemic, I've got to say Folsom Cordova's coming out on top here when you start comparing other school districts in the county, and in particular comparing it to other school districts within the city of Rancho Cordova. Elk Grove, to their credit, were one of the first ones to shut down. We know that, and they just started back about 4 weeks ago maybe now. Looks like they're going to be at four days a week here pretty soon. Folsom Cordova has been back in school since the fall. They welcomed middle school and high schoolers back in March, I believe is what we learned today. And have figured out how to do it. And as far as I know, they have not had any significant reports of outbreaks on the campus among students or among staff. So they're the kind of shining example right now in this county to show how to do this the right way. On the flip side, there's another school district within Rancho Cordova that is significantly struggling just to get students back 2 days a week for 3 hours a day. And it looks like they are under the threat of a strike on the day that their middle school and high school students should be coming back. Something I really hope all parties can have, can put kids first and make sure that they at least continue to move the ball forward in placing children first and their needs. Speaking of children, we did have a board of directors paint day over at the Children's Museum, and starting to do a few little upgrades of the Children's Museum next door to City Hall. Tentatively, I will say there is going to be a soft reopening late this month for members only. So if anybody's interested in going to the Children's Museum and you are not a member, you can sign up now. But to start, it will be limited capacity, I believe. I'm not going to say. It will be to limited capacity, and it will be for members only. And keep an eye on the Sacramento Children's Museum's website for additional details. But really excited that the museum is getting very, very close to having some sort of opening and access to the public beyond their drive-through events that they've been doing. And then finally, I spoke on Friday at what I thought was just speaking to the board of directors of the Building Industry Association. It turns out it's a little bit bigger than that. They started this series of selling different communities in the region, and they've done Rockland and Folsom so far, and I was the Friday speaker selling Rancho Cordova. And so speaking to, mainly it was sales agents of new communities within Rancho, and a handful of other consultants and folks that are members of the BIA. But I actually got some really great questions from sales managers that are actually selling houses right now in Rancho Cordova. And they range from, the normal stuff of, when's the next park being built? When's the high school coming? To when's the rendering plant going away? So some very, very good questions and things you'd think that new home buyers would be asking. It was pretty interesting. They said that it's not a majority of people moving here from the Bay Area, but the numbers have increased exponentially in the last year of who wants to move here. But we also are getting our fair share of move-up buyers that, live somewhere else in the region and are choosing to buy their second home here. So it was really refreshing to speak to those folks and learn a little bit more about what's going on with the new home industry within our community. And it's still, in answering those questions, you really start to see just how in the driver's seat Rancho Cordova is in this region when it comes to having jobs here and being able to sell homes this close to a job hub. Even in a pandemic where so many people are remoting from home, the fact that they still need to be in relative proximity to an office in most instances really creates a home field advantage for us that I would just say that other communities to the south of us would, only wish to have our situation. And so with that, I'm done. Garrett, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you, Donald. Okay, so I will be, just so everyone knows, on no video today. I am caring for someone, so I will be voice only, which I know you guys are going to miss out on because you appreciate this. Congratulations to our Little League Baseball. I just wanted everyone to know that I waited 6 years to do that mayoral throwout of the ball, and my pitch was amazing, only to not be able to do it, so I'm crushed on the inside. But Little League went out without a hitch. Thank you to all the coaches that basically come out there. My son went out there to practice and play his first game. He only beamed like 7 people. But we're going to work on that. And so he did amazing things. I want to say thank you to the Sacramento Bee, Marcus, for putting that really nice article about my city. I care about our image, and I can only see us going up in a better direction as they understand that we are a bootstrap city. And thanks to my 3 founders, David, Linda, that are still on the board with us, actually 2, and Donald, you guys really show how a city can basically grab itself by its own bootstraps and make it into something amazing. So I'm just honored to be mayor of that city. And then, of course, met with Ami Berra. I love having someone that's willing to fight the federal government to try to get us money, and to hear how he's really working to see how he can get us more and more money, and having a doctor. It's kind of like having David at the time of COVID to be able to explain it to us, and having a doctor at the time over there to be able to explain why we need money for the things we need. So amazing benefit on that. We're talking with him. And then I think we have some news. Cyrus, you're going to talk about immunizations. I think we got a couple more places in the city that's going to happen. He can do that on his report, but thank you for all the hard work we're doing. It's great to hear that now we're going to have more places to get immunizations. And I think as the city turns back on, we have nothing but up directions. I'm hoping that we'll have 4th of July, but I'm not, fingers crossed that I can do 4th of July something. So thank you. Cyrus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief with my report. Regarding the vaccination, as mentioned by Mr. Mayor, we have been working with Sacramento County Health Office and have raised the issue with having more pop-up clinics in the city, and they have agreed to work with us. And we had planned our first pop-up vaccine clinic at the City Hall last Friday, but unfortunately, a few days before the clinic day, we received information that the vaccine they were using, the Johnson & Johnson, was pulled by the federal government on a temporary basis until they do more evaluation on it. And so we had to cancel at the last minute, but we have received assurances from this county health office that they will bring it back sometimes in May. So we're working on that. We also have been we're in discussions with SMUT about another clinic that would hopefully happen this week somewhere in the city. Well Space on Old Placerville Road has also been identified as a vaccination site. So is the Southern Health, Southern Medical offices on Old Placerville Road, and this in addition to Kaiser and some of the pharmacies, including Safeway. So we have quite a few vaccination sites as more vaccines are becoming more available. So we will keep you posted as we get that information.
Cyrus,
yes.
Let's add the VA to that.
The VA as well. That is correct.
That people who get the postings from the VA are aware of that. And actually, they've expanded it. I believe I'm correct in saying they've expanded it to any veterans, not just those who are members of the VA.
Thank you. Yes. So that's really all I wanted. I think everything else has been mentioned. I also want to take this opportunity and thank the city council, city staff, and the community members for the outpouring of love and support on my mother's passing. She was truly a remarkable woman, a very strong, courageous woman who made a very positive difference in many people's lives, and she will be missed. She will be dearly missed. So I'm very honored that you are closing in her memory tonight, and I thank you for all your kind words and sympathy and condolences. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Cyrus. All right. Consent calendar items. Consent calendar items consist of matters deemed routine and non-controversial by staff. Unless a member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration, all items may be approved by one motion. Does anyone wish to pull an item?
Seeing none, I will move approval of
items
16.1 through 16.9.
Excellent. Do I have a second? Excellent.
second.
Roll call.
Was the second Siri?
Siri.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Pulapati?
Yes.
Councilmember Sander?
Aye.
Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terry?
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Consent public hearing items consist of matters deemed routine and non-controversial by staff. Unless a member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration, all items may be approved with one motion. I'm going to open the public hearing item and ask the city clerk if there's any public comment.
I'm looking. There's quite a few people in our meeting today, so just want to double check.
Okay.
I don't see anyone with their hand raised via telephone or Zoom, and I don't have anything that's been submitted in writing either.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing. All right. And ask for a motion.
I will move approval of items 17.1, 17.2, and 17.3.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Sander?
Aye.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Yes.
Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Councilmember Budge?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Thank you.
I heard her.
Vice Mayor Terry?
Aye. We're getting a echoing from somebody.
Here we are.
Mayor Gatewood?
Yes. All right. Let's go on to public hearing items. Stacy, can you please announce the subject?
18.1 Dutch Bros Coffee, conditional use permit, minor design review and exception, project number DD9991, located at 2805 Zinfandel Drive.
Darcy, are you here yet? Can we pull Darcy up, please?
She's joining.
All right, excellent. There she is. All right, staff report, please.
I am here, Mayor Gatewood, but I'm not giving the presentation.
I'm pulling up Nick, just a moment. Darcy, I don't see Nick. Oh, there he is. Sorry, just found him.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, Nick.
Okay, so Tonight's project is for Dutch Bros Coffee. It's for a CUP, minor design review and exception. My name is Nicholas Sosa from the Planning Department. Next slide, please. So the purpose of tonight's meeting is staff is requesting council's direction and feedback on the project that was submitted. No formal decision on the project is requested at this time. Next slide. The applicant is requesting 3 entitlements from staff: a conditional use permit for the drive-through sales and service, a minor design review for the coffee kiosk and site improvements, and an exception for an increase in the front setback requirements. Next slide. So the project is located on the corner of Zinfandel Drive and Folsom Boulevard, right along the light rail within the grocery outlet parking lot. It's also located within the Olsen Island Opportunity Site, which includes as far east as KP International and the shopping center to the west, which includes Chipotle and the 99-cent store. The project is located within the transit-oriented development overlay, prompted by the site's quarter-mile proximity to the Zinfandel Light Rail Station. Next slide, please. The applicant is requesting an 862 square foot coffee kiosk with dual drive-through lanes, walk-up ordering window, and a 1,500 square foot patio. The project will revitalize an existing underutilized and poorly maintained parking lot along Zinfandel Drive. The project also includes adequate parking and significant landscape improvements. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the project proposes 2 drive-through lanes located behind the coffee kiosk away from Zinfandel Drive. The combined stacking of both lanes is 225 feet, which is equivalent to 17 vehicles in queue, which is exceeding the minimum 180 feet that is required by the Folsom Boulevard specific plan. The landscaping buffer along Zinfandel Drive provides the minimum 3 feet of screening for vehicle headlights along the drive-through lanes. And Dutch Bros does not have the standard order boards that a normal drive-through would have. Instead, it has what's called runners along the drive-through lanes, which will go along the drive-through lanes and take orders as well as deliver drinks to vehicles to increase efficiency in the drive-through. Next slide, please. This is the proposed site plan for the project. The red outline is the property lines of the parcel. The yellow is the 862 square foot building. And then there's the 2 drive-through lanes that are going behind the building and the patio area, which is that shaded area along Zinfandel Drive. Next slide, please. So the grocery outlet, there was a recent approval for the grocery outlet parking adjustment, which reduced the required parking by 40% and opened up the underutilized parking lot for new development. For drive-through services, the parking requirement is 1 per 2 employees. Dutch Bros would anticipate approximately 6 staff members. So on site, therefore, their parking requirement is 3, and they're providing 16 parking spaces on site, which would accommodate employees as well as walk-up customers. Grocery Outlet and Dutch Bros both have a shared parking agreement and access agreement, and parking between both parcels would be adequate between the 2. Next slide, please. The project is within the transit-oriented development overlay due to the proximity to Zinfandel Transit Station. The intention of the overlay is to promote higher density and more intensive uses near transit stations and promote the use of transit services along transit corridors. Dutch Bros is adding retail to an area that is currently an underutilized parking lot. And the project also proposes a 1,500 square foot patio fronting Zinfandel Drive And the intention of the patio is to draw in pedestrians on the street, as well as transit users from Zinfandel Station. The patio area will also include a 300 square foot canopy and walk-up ordering window, and additional trees and landscaping to provide shade for pedestrians and customers. Next slide, please. These are the proposed elevations for Dutch Bros. The building includes the drive-through window and walk-up window with the 300 square foot canopy and overall patio area of 1,500 square feet. The architecture is consistent with Dutch Bros' newer designs and includes the signature Dutch Bros blue and grays, as well as multiple metal awnings, metal siding, and a CMU wainscot, and some wood elements on the canopy structure. Next slide, please. Here are some renderings that were provided by Dutch Bros. They incorporate the site plan, elevations, and show the general area of where the landscaping would be for the site. You can see the building fronting Zinfandel and the drive-through and parking located away from the public right-of-way, separated by landscaping. And you can also see the 300 square foot canopy and outdoor patio area. Next slide, please. This is a more detailed version of the landscape plans. The site is currently a parking lot, and Dutch Bros proposes over 25 feet of landscape buffer, which includes pathways, ground cover, and trees along Zinfandel Drive and the entrance to the shopping center. There's going to be additional landscaping internally surrounding the parking and meeting parking lot shading requirements. And it also proposes concrete landscape planters as alternatives to areas of fencing along the outdoor patio. And you can see those in the photos on the right. Next slide, please. The project is also located within the Olson Island Opportunity Site. The green square shows the location of the property site right along Zinfandel and Folsom. Olson Island is envisioned to be a shopping destination for the city, and it does have its own additional standards within the Folsom Boulevard specific plan. Dutch Bros has met all applicable additional requirements for businesses and drive-throughs within the site. However, Olson Island standards require a maximum front setback requirement of 20 feet for new buildings abutting Olson and Zinfandel. Dutch Bros is requesting an exception to this requirement. Next slide, please. So for that exception, they're requesting that the standard is increased to a maximum of 25 feet in order to accommodate the outdoor patio area along Zinfandel Drive. Council is able to approve an exception for any standard in the Folsom Boulevard specific plan if the project meets 4 of the following 6 conditions. Next slide, please. These are 3 of the 6 conditions. So the first one is that the project will fulfill a compelling community need as indicated by an existing city goal, general plan policy, budget priority, or other council adopted policy document. The project is located within the general plan and zoning code's TOD overlay zone, which is intended to locate more intensive uses near transit stations and promote transit services along the major corridors of the city. The site is also located within the downtown planning area of the general plan, which encourages pedestrian gathering areas and walkability. Dutch Bros will provide an additional retail where before was only a parking lot, which increases the density of the area and has included a walk-up window with a 1,500 square foot patio with seating and landscaping, creating a gathering area to draw in pedestrians and transit users from Zinfandel Station. And these fulfill the intentions of both the TOD and the downtown overlay or downtown planning area. Excuse me. For the second one, the condition reads, will improve an existing blighted situation by removing 100% of the blighted light located on the subject property. So the site is currently an underutilized parking lot that has not been properly maintained and has minimal landscaping. The grocery outlet building is also set back approximately 300 feet from the public right-of-way. Dutch Bros would be removing the parking lot and replacing it with an additional retail opportunity, frontage improvements, and pedestrian spaces, therefore removing 100% of the blight on the project parcel. Number 3, will provide unmet services to a currently underserved community. Currently, there are minimal areas within the shopping center that cater to pedestrians and cyclists. The shopping center buildings are set back from the right-of-way, requiring pedestrians to walk across the parking lot to each retail space. Dutch Bros has made a significant effort to accommodate pedestrian-oriented services, including a walk-up ordering window, a 1,500 square foot patio, and bicycle parking that others in the center have not accommodated. Next slide, please. For number 4, the condition is that it will create at least 15 new permanent full-time jobs or new jobs equivalent to at least 15 full-time equivalents, or a minimum of 1 job per 500 square feet. Given the size, Dutch Bros is an 862 square foot coffee kiosk. Per this condition, Dutch Bros would need to provide at least 2 full-time positions to meet this requirement. At full staff, Dutch Bros will have 3 to 4 full-time permanent jobs and approximately 25 to 30 part-time jobs. Dutch Bros would be exceeding the requirements of this condition. Number 5 is that the project will generate annual sales tax contributions to the city in excess of $25,000. Dutch Bros does not anticipate generating excess of $25,000 in sales tax contributions, and therefore would not be meeting this condition. For number 6, investments in the property will increase the property tax revenue by at least 250%. Although the project is providing significant improvements, it's unclear if those improvements would result in an increase of at least 250% in property tax revenue, so therefore would not be meeting that condition. So of the 6 conditions that are required, it is meeting the 4 that are necessary for granting an approval of an exception. So the last topic of conversation would be some circulation discussion. So I will turn that over to Albert to take the lead on that one. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Nick. And Albert Stricker with City of Rancho Cordova Public Works Department. Good evening, Mayor Gatewood and council members. And this evening, I wanted to present some of the conditions along Zinfandel Drive fronting the proposed project. To help orient you in the figure we have on the slide here, we have Zinfandel Drive running north-south, Folsom Boulevard on the north side, and Olson Drive on the south side. On the west side of Zinfandel Drive, just to help you orient you, a few of the businesses there, Donut King and Chipotle on the west side, and Burger King, Popeyes, and the proposed Dutch Brothers location on the east side. The 2 green circles there identify 2 of the main ingress and egress locations to the shopping centers on either side, allowing them to access and drive through Zinfandel Drive, which is a highly traveled corridor. Access at this time is facilitated in the current condition with a 2-way left turn lane, which allows many different options and many movements for turning into and out of the shopping centers. With the addition of additional traffic that's expected associated with the Dutch Bros or other improvement that could come to this center, additional measures would be necessary in order to increase the efficiency of the corridor and focus the locations of turning movements to reduce the number of conflicts. Next slide, please. This provides just one idea of what could be done to, as I mentioned, increase the efficiency of the corridor and reduce the turning conflicts. It would be helpful to reduce access and egress locations. The figure showed here would be proposed protected turn pockets. And I want to emphasize this is just one idea. What this would do, it would focus movements for turning into the shopping centers on the west. Left turns into the shopping center would only be allowed near the Donut King driveway. Into the east, if you're need to make a left turn in, that would only be allowed near the Burger King driveway. Left turn in this scenario with this proposed solution, left turns out of the shopping centers would not be allowed. And that's different from what we see today, where left turns out, all movements are allowed. And in fact, in some cases, we see drivers elect to make a move straight across from one shopping center across Zinfandel into the shopping center on the other side of the street. So this would focus those movements in and restrict movements out. This would definitely alter the parking lot circulation, and it could result in some pushback from some of the business owners in the way that it changes parking circulation, particularly leaving the sites. People would be required to focus more, making U-turns at Olson Drive or Zinfandel, for instance, or working their way through the parking lots to Olson Drive to make movements that they would have made in the past. It would be a slightly longer route. So this would alter the parking lot circulation. This is just one idea again. This is roughly a $300,000 cost for this project, and the city has not identified funding for this project. Options moving forward could include requiring for the Dutch Bros to build the project, or for having them to pay a fair share, and again, with the city building it at a future date. I would want to emphasize again that the city at this time has not identified funding for this project. The final design would be based on further evaluation and stakeholder outreach. This is one idea. There could be other options. Many of them, however, would affect the parking lot circulation, which could result in some concerns from business owners. And with that, I'll hand it back to you, Nick.
Albert, would that be a fence or just curbs, the black lines in this image?
Thank you for asking, Councilmember Sander. This would be curbing and concrete islands.
This is an area where you see pedestrians running through kind of the middle of the street there on Zinfandel. Probably because there's no pedestrian access between all the way up at Folsom Boulevard and all the way down at Olson. So they might get off a train, they're trying to get over to Popeyes or Burger King, and they just go diagonal right across the street in the middle.
We could certainly identify options that could better direct pedestrians to safer crossing locations like Folsom Boulevard and Olson Drive. One of the challenges with placing fencing in a solution like this that would be quite a narrow island is that it's commonly subject to being hit by vehicles when it's not seated inside of a wider island. But I hear your concern, and we can certainly evaluate options which might better direct pedestrians to appropriate crossing locations. Thank you for that input.
Well, David, not to be the naysayer to that solution, but I think we've both commented about our witnessing parents in a hurry handing the stroller over those fences.
Yeah.
In the middle of the movement as well.
Folsom Boulevard, stuff the upper part of the photo here, right? Is where you see that.
Yeah, and so I'm saying the effectiveness of said idea that you just brought up doesn't necessarily prevent the problem, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Okay, I'll go ahead and finish up. Next slide, please. So staff finds the project exempt from further CEQA analysis per exemption 15332 infill development projects, as the project is currently surrounded by urban uses and would be consistent with applicable applicable general plan and zoning designations. Next slide. So as I mentioned before, at this time, there are no recommendations by staff. Staff is requesting council's direction and feedback on the information that was presented. Once the direction is received, the project will be continued to a date certain for a final decision, or it can be continued to a date uncertain if additional information is requested. Next slide, please. So if you have any questions, staff is available, as well as there are representatives for Dutch Bros that are available for questions as well.
All right, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and ask Stacy if there's any speaker cards. Oh, I'm going to open public hearing. Stacy, is there any speaker cards?
Nick is in Zoom, and I'll call on him first. Nick, you'll have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you. I'm Nick Buchan with the Bicycling Advocates for Rancho Cordova. We're all for growing Rancho Cordova responsibly and bringing in new businesses, but projects like this highlight the lack of infrastructure that's necessary to make cyclists and pedestrians feel safe while encouraging alternate forms of transportation. On one hand, the on-site plans for this proposal seem to have considered bicyclists and pedestrians by including such provisions as the walk-up window and bike racks. On the other hand, Zinfandel Drive is currently very dangerous for bicyclists on that particular northbound stretch of road, with no bike lane and a lot of vehicle traffic pulling out of parking lots, turning onto Folsom Boulevard, speeding to beat the traffic lights, etc. It is also not the most comfortable place for pedestrians, many of whom are accessing the nearby shopping after disembarking at the Zinfandel Light Rail Station. With the popularity of Dutch Bros, particularly among younger people, this will only exacerbate these issues by attracting more cyclists, pedestrians, people on scooters, and other alternate forms of transportation. The proposed Dutch Bros drive-through will cause traffic to spill onto Zinfandel near an already congested intersection and will be even more dangerous for bicyclists and pedestrians. This could also cause southbound Zinfandel traffic to see backups over the light rail tracks as drivers file out of the center two-way left turn lanes and into the Dutch Bros location. As proposed, we feel this will inevitably cause traffic backup issues, especially considering the neighboring Olson and Zinfandel intersection already has an F grade for level of service and also lacks appropriate bicycling infrastructure. We could also see the traffic resulting from this proposal as possibly hampering light rail operations. Furthermore, the planned Zinfandel bike and pedestrian overcrossing, while much needed and eagerly anticipated by this group, does not seem to fully resolve our concerns for bicycle and pedestrian safety near this project site. Moving forward, we would respectfully ask the council to loop the Bicycling Advocates for Rancho Cordova into matters like this so we can be involved in the planning phases. Thank you.
Nick, I think you might have just answered it. Who do you represent? Are you the new BART person?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nick. That was outstanding. I really appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
The second public comment that we received for this particular item, 18.1, is from Cheryl Longsworth. It came to the city clerk's office via email, and it's been distributed to the city council. That's all that I have. Mayor Gatewood.
Sorry about that. Thank you. All right, council members, let's just run through it real quick. Let's start with David. What do you think? Hello?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, we've discussed this project here sort of in scope before, and this is not an easy discussion at all for me. So Obviously, this is a zone right next to a light rail station, across the street from the light rail station. This is an area where we hope to densify our uses and modernize our uses. And because of the proximity of light rail, this should be a transit-oriented development. Ideally, that's the intent of places like this. Once you have transit in place, and if we're trying to encourage a more urban, modern, exciting, great place along Folsom Boulevard, places where people want to come to play and to live, to shop, to eat. We have to be extremely careful about how we handle development in these locations. So, you know, on the downside here is this is basically car-oriented development. It would be the 5th drive-in on this block next to light rail. And if you say that to any sort of planner or transit or, you know, pedestrian advocate, that's sort of almost like a joke. That would be a joke in the planning world, that you're going to put your 5th drive-in next to your light rail station. On the positive, this is an extraordinarily popular business that I would love to have in Rancho Cordova. And if executed right in the location, would energize that location. I've been to many Dutch Brothers locations. I have seen parking lots taken over with, you know, 20, 30, 40 cars of worth loads of kids, younger people, basically, hanging out, talking with each other, having a great time in a parking lot. Not the best location, but that's de facto what I've seen. I think that's probably the norm for like maybe a Friday night or a Saturday night or something like that. That sort of activation and interest is a very good thing for a corridor like Folsom Boulevard, where we're trying to bring more people to shop, live, eat, etc. So yes, you'd want a Dutch Bros, but no, you don't want the auto use. It's really quite a conundrum. I was looking at the details here in this project, and I know Nick just mentioned a bike rack. I couldn't find a bike rack on this site, at least in the plans as I was zooming into them on my screen. Is there actually, Nicholas, is there actually a bike rack on here somewhere?
Yes, there should be 2 bike racks located on the patio area on the right side of the building.
I think they must just not be marked. At least on the site plans I'm looking at, I don't see it.
David, on that south side of the building, on the south side of the patio, there's actually, in what's probably a walkway, there's 2 rectangles that don't have a label, but that might be where they are.
Yes, those are them. The yeah, those are the 2.
Oh, wait a minute.
Right.
No, I'm sorry. They're in a different location. If you go halfway, figure 11, the one that's larger, halfway sort of in the middle of the notes on the left-hand side, there's this thing that says bike rack, and there's 2 bike racks parallel to Zinfandel, again in the walkway. Okay,
I see the plan for it on sheet. I don't know where the sheet number is on this thing.
I don't know. It's page 9 of 12. It's figure 11, site renderings. It's the larger site plan than the first one.
I see the design for the bike rack on page 6 of 74 of the plans. I just don't see where it's located. Okay. Well, I'll assume it's there somewhere. You know, to activate this site from a pedestrian point of view would have to be done to make this thing fit into a transit-oriented development site. So it has to be really obvious that we're encouraging pedestrian use here, that we're encouraging people to hang out here. And I know I keep seeing this 1,500 square foot patio, but as I look at the plan, I just don't know if that accomplishes that hangout area at all. I see an area where you'd wait in line to order and where you might wait for your order. I see a path that you'd walk around the building to get from the parking to the front where you might order on foot if you chose to park. I see about, I don't know, 6 or 8 feet of seating. It seems extraordinarily limited from a pedestrian point of view. And I see massive amounts of landscaping and this big arcing sidewalk coming up from Zinfandel that, I don't know, if you're going to make this a pedestrian focused development, it would seem to me you would want to make that pedestrian friendliness and that hangout area obvious, and have maybe some facility with it. Even the main place that I see here, a bench to sit down, has a tree planter literally right in front of the bench. I don't also really see connectivity to the other shopping. I mean, if you're at the grocery store and you want to walk here, it's unclear to me how you do that without walking just in the parking lot. If you're at the any other store here, not Grocery Outlet, but anything else nearby, and you're trying to walk to the parking lot, there's actually a nice barrier here to doing that. I don't see a good way in. The northwest side appears to have a landscape barrier trying to block people who have parked closest to the light rail tracks, all those existing stalls up on the north sort of west side of the parcel. I don't see a route for those folks actually to walk in. There seems to be a landscape barrier in the place of where they would do that. So this does not seem to be designed for pedestrians to me, aside from the fact we keep referring to a 1,500 square foot patio that I have a hard time finding on the plan. So I know that sounds harsh. And similarly for bikes, the bike infrastructure is not obvious. And I don't see a particular accommodation there. And I think if you're going to do this in a transit-oriented area and get somebody like me to buy off on putting an auto use in a transit-oriented development area, it's got to knock it out of the park on the pedestrian and bike side, and really the placemaking side. And I'm not sure this design is doing that.
All right, thank you. Linda, get your opinion. You're on mute, by the way. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be quite that critical of it. And I'm not looking at 74 pages of this and that. I'm looking at the 12 pages of the staff report, because there was a lot of information there. Just to get it out of the way, there is absolutely no question. We've heard about it from all sorts of people. Cheryl Longsworth's public comment was, absolutely stated it the same way we all feel about it. The traffic here is horrendous. It's a nightmare. It has been for a long time. That's not going to go away. I do know that there are lots of pedestrians in this particular area. I see them all the time. They might not all be interested in coffee, but they might. Who knows? And I agree with the gentleman from BARC. It's hard enough to walk on the sidewalk. It would be difficult to bicycle. But having said all that, what I particularly like about this is the activation of this enormous, unused, very ugly parking lot. I'm okay with the building, with one exception. The figure 8, actually, it's not figure 8, it is figure 7, perhaps. Figure 7, the south elevation facing Popeyes. While it may face Popeyes, on the other hand, it's also facing the driveway into the shopping center. And I would request that they put some of their corporate blue on that side, because right now it's all gray with a white windmill and it's looking very ugly. And it needs to have some color. Figure 11 really does show a very handsome patio out front. I would be the first to be suspicious of the 3 little pictures above that. Actually, I'm sorry, it's not figure 11, it's figure 10, proposed landscape plan. But there's 3 little pictures right above that, and the one on the right-hand side absolutely does not match the landscape plan, the site plan as drawn. So I suspect that's the front of the building, and we should not be taking that at face value. We should be looking at the site plan and the proposed landscape plan as opposed to the that little figure. Coffee is not my thing, but if we don't, grocery outlet has not become the major draw that it used to be 10 or 15 years ago. And maybe it could be again, but the best way to get additional people into this shopping center and to kind of minimize the distance between the original distance between the back of Walk and the original buildings is to fill in the very large parking spaces between the sidewalk and the buildings. And yes, I would prefer to have Dutch Bros someplace else, but somebody's going to go in there. If we're lucky, somebody will go in there and will bring some activity and some liveliness and some people to that area. And they seem to have the ability to do that. So I'm okay with it, with the one change to the elevation. It's not the ideal place for this, but it would be difficult to find an alternative that would bring the same kind of activation to that particular side of the street. Thanks, Garrett.
Thank you, Linda. All right, let me go ahead, Siri. What do you think?
Okay, so this topic, no other topic seems to bring as much interest from the citizens of Rancho Cordova as much as coffee and the need for a Dutch Bros here in Rancho Cordova. Literally, that blows up all sorts of social media and forums with people saying, they really, really want it. And, in the same way, and it's the same thing, that like, yes, we do want it, but not this location. Yes, we do want it, can you please bring it in, another area? So I'm going to keep my response really on the simple counts, because it ties into my platform at that level, right? Bringing new businesses that the people really want to the area, yes. Safety. How can we account for safety in that area, which is Cheryl said, it's like the suicide lane with the traffic, right? And I know in having conversations with the builders here that, this one location, I think they're investing about $300K more than they would in other locations to make sure that, it suits the requirements and it meets what specs that we're asking for. So I would ask, right, so why are you not looking at a different location, given that, everybody's really asking, please come to Rancho Cordova. We desperately need you here, but in another location. So why are we so hung up on this location? Why are we not looking at different locations? If we are stuck on this location, so like Linda said, I am very much for it, We need to get that business here, and we need to figure out a way on how it meets all our safety requirements and it's not congested and it, doesn't block that place. So if I could get a better understanding of how it's not going to be like a bottleneck. And I have another question. What, and it's probably there in the notes, like what are the operating hours? Is it 24 hours? No, it's whatever, 9 to 5, stops at 9 or whatever, 10 p.m. What's the operating hours for?
Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, Jason can speak to that.
Thank you, everyone. Jason Sanks, representing the development team. I apologize for speaking out of turn, but I want to answer the question. Thank you, Councilwoman, and through the mayor. Operating hours are generally 5 a.m. To 10, or 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Thursday, usually get 5 to 10 on off days, but it's never 24 hours. So this is not a 24-hour drive-through restaurant. It's people aren't getting coffee at 3 a.m. Promise. So.
Yeah, well, no, that's when, you know, if the traffic slows down at 3 a.m. and you'll be attracting people to the area if you do it at 3 a.m.
Yes. I'm going to mute myself. I apologize. I just wanted to answer the question out of turn. I recognize the phone.
No, I asked you that question, so I did. It was me asking the question. So, yes, I do really want a Dutch Bros here because, you know, the youth of my city are going to throw me out of my seat if I say no to a Dutch Bros. So definitely a yes. But if you can help answer these questions on how we can elevate these kind of bottlenecks in terms of traffic and account for being a safe and friendly and more inviting location, then I'm all for it.
Excellent. All right. Donald, what do you think?
Okay. First off, if you're not talking, can you mute? I'm hearing an echo. I don't know if anybody else hears that. So I guess the first thing I'll say is I'll repeat what I think I said, I don't know, the last time I was asked about this in a public meeting was no, not at this site. I'm very supportive of Dutch Bros and trying to find a location that works for the city, just not here. You know, there's a handful of things to just kind of think about when I look at this. And, you know, I'm not exactly sure why we got a public works presentation about the reorientation of Zinfandel Drive when, you know, one, this use will complicate matters and complicate traffic on that given area. So unless we're saying that we were going to somehow condition the cost of improvements on Zinfandel to this business, and I'm not sure if that was a part of the proposal or if the developer wanted to, you know, offer that up. I'm not sure why we were exploring that for this hearing. But that being said, if I look at what's here, and I guess if there's some sort of question about, you know, how would I vote for something like this there, I'll answer that at the end. But I'm going to start off with the outdoor seating. I think I agree with David that this is very much a car-centric use that is trying to map out some additional space to try to show that people might try to use that if it was made available. But the vast majority, as far as I know, this is going to be a unique situation. So nearly 100% of all of their users now are car-centric and car-based. And so when you're talking about outdoor seating, and that's gotten a lot of businesses through a really tough time over the last year. But if you think about it, the winter time for the most part may be too cold to sit outside or relatively too cold. And, you know, in California, we tend to now have 3 seasons. We have our winter time, our springtime, which we're in right now, and then it becomes fire season. And then it's too hot or too smoky sometimes to be outside. So to say that you're going to replace that kind of a use and that people are going to want to sit next to a drive-through outside, I don't buy it. Already in that shopping center, you have 2 Starbucks. You have the one inside of Target. You have the brand new one that just opened. And then we have a bagel shop. That's not counting all of the fast food places that also serve coffee. So to me, the coffee need to Siri's point is being met within that shopping center and in that general vicinity. And I think Dutch Brothers should be looking for alternate locations that don't have that amount of competition, you know, within less than 1,000 feet. But, you know, I think even Linda pointed out that this would activate the corner. I'm not necessarily sure that's the kind of activation we want. To David's point, you know, if we're talking about transit-oriented development, we want to bring density as far as housing and use. So if there was one condition that might get me to entertain this, it's remove the drive-through. If you want to build a coffee shop on that corner that is an interior and exterior space that doesn't have a drive-through, I might entertain it. But aside from that, I can't in good conscience support that. Not to mention the treatment of other really good businesses that we want in the city, like Quick Quack, wanting to go literally almost across the street from this site, and we said no. Is this as much of a car heavy? No, probably not. But I still think that the brand and the reputation that this company has for what it is, which is a drive-through coffee kiosk company, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not okay to be across the street from our light rail station and across the street from a business that just went out of business that's already got, parking in a weird way in a building that we're not sure, what, if anything, that could be. I don't want to just put whatever we can get on the corner. Because frankly, that's what we did with the Walgreens, and look where we are. So sometimes we have to, long play these things, and I think we stuck to our guns in the past when it came to Quick Quack and their proposal to the north of here. And I think we have to do the same. And frankly, I'll just say that I'm pretty sure that was the direction that a majority of the council gave the last time you came here, was we want you in our city, we just don't want you there. And I'm gonna be kind of frank. I'm a little disappointed that you requested to even come and have the hearing. I get that you're trying to accommodate some other things, but it just feels like you're pushing a square peg into a round hole. And for me, I can't support it.
Thank you, Donald. All right, I'll finish off, and then let's go ahead and hear from the applicant. So I love Dutch Brothers, but I was the one that tried to push Quick Quack Car Wash into the location, or one of those pro, and I was told that nothing car-driven, car-based is supposed to be in the region of transit. So I looked that up, and that's not one of those things that we want to do in that area. It's also going to create a traffic issue, and it's unsafe. And so there's not a lot of walking up to Dutch Brothers, even though we love the place, love the location, love the idea of it. It's just not the right location for us in that position. There's lots of other places that are along Wilson Boulevard that we would love to fight to get you into those, but having you right across that place, and specifically transported, and the amount of traffic it's going to cause, because it will cause a backup in the mornings, and that may go into the street, could be nothing but detriment for that corridor. So that's where I fall. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and let the, let's see, is it Jason? I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Jason go ahead and speak. Jason, if you want to unmute yourself, go ahead and you've heard some of the questions, concerns from the staff or the council. Go ahead.
Absolutely, and thank you, everyone. Mayor and council, city staff, and members of the public in attendance, and Jason Sanks representing the development team through Sustainability Engineering Group. That would also include the developers, the Dutch Brothers, and even through property ownership. We hear you loud and clear in terms of, I don't think I've heard anybody say they don't like Dutch Brothers. I've also haven't heard that they think that Dutch Brothers is unpopular. What I'm hearing is the concerns of the congestion. You have an existing problem that's been acknowledged along Zinfandel. We've been working on this property, this site location, for over 2 years now. And we've been actively working on possible solutions, including phase solutions to manage traffic, ingress and egress, both on-site and off-site, so that the queuing for those drive-through customers that want to use the drive-through to pick up their coffee may do so in a responsible manner and not cause further backup or strange ingress issues along Zinfandel. I do believe that there's a larger subject related to that, and the Public Works Director addressed that earlier. That's been a topic of at least 2 calls that we've had, and how, as a developer, we can contribute to offsite improvements to help not just manage the problem that has been addressed that we may be contributing to, but a problem that's already been created through years of development, and there's a need there, and I think we all know that along Zinfandel needs to be better managed. That all said, I would like to, Mr. Sanders' comments were interesting because I really appreciate the placemaking and the patio surface and the patio furniture and where's it at, how are you programming this? I'm a planner myself by trade. I've got a master's in planning. I get it. You might think, oh, Dutch Brothers is all drive-through coffee. Now you have to remember that Dutch Brothers is also site adapting. So the idea here that it's just a drive-through and we're throwing it in a gratuitous patio is not really quite correct. We've actually been working on the patio design, the bike rack, the bike lockers, and all that kind of good stuff for well over 6 months to try to adapt the site to be as pedestrian friendly as possible. And the exception we asked for, in fact, was so that we could produce a larger patio, right? Set the building a little bit further back and make an even larger, more inviting patio for those pedestrians that the councilwoman noted that are along Zinfandel. You're going to see an increase over time through urbanization and revitalization of people on cycles as Zinfandel becomes safer. As people continue to use the Zinfandel station more heavily, people can grab their coffee and go. Kids can show up on their electric scooters. I actually have an electric scooter, not just for kids. And go and get a coffee and sit down and hang out with friends. It's become, people don't go to the mall as much anymore, right? They want to meet up and hang out at a coffee shop. So we do believe that we've created a hybrid version of this idea that everyone has, like, the suburban Dutch Brothers model won't work. We do believe it will work. And we do believe that we've tried to diminish the impact of the drive-throughs through landscaping and its location between us and the grocery outlet. What we can't do is change what happened when the grocery outlet was built many years ago and set back 300 plus feet from Zinfandel, creating a non-pedestrian oriented environment. I get that. But I do believe that bringing a coffee shop 25 feet with a walk-up window to Zinfandel does further the concept of pedestrian activity, activation of an underutilized space, and there is simply just a lot more landscaping here. Now, I would agree with Councilman Sanders that if there are ways to tweak it and modify it, let's do it. What we're showing you tonight is where we've gotten to with the design, feeling like, how can we make this work, right? Let's bring the sidewalk in. We'll swoop the sidewalk in, as you can see on the landscape plans, into the patio. Lots of bike racks are not an issue. Bike lockers, we talked about, are they causing an urban problem? We like bike lockers because people can leave their bikes in there long term and not worry that someone's messing with their bike out on the patio, especially like workers that bike to work and they can leave them in there for 8 hours, right? We're open to those suggestions to continue to improve the site. There's a tree in the middle of the patio because we wanted to bring organic shade to the patio, so it didn't just feel like a sterile concrete or paver environment with patio furniture. But there was a lot of care taken to create that outdoor environment. Now you'll hear I'm talking a lot about multimodal. Again, I'm talking about Dutch Brothers adapting to its site location and the transit-oriented district. Currently, the site is completely not transit-oriented development. But the proposed use would be very popular. You would see a lot of activity come to this site. Maybe it brings more business to grocery outlet. They're obviously in support because, they're looking to parcel off a portion of their properties to see Dutch Brothers happen. I think we can integrate. Drinking coffee is not just, I'm hungry, I need to eat. Drinking coffee is sometimes social. Yes, it's grab your caffeine and go, but it's also a social experience. And that's just the way we live now in our lifestyle environment sort of way. And I do believe we can fit in that model. And we're, again, open to suggestions. We're not intending to cut people off or limit pedestrian access or activity by any means. That's just cutting off our customers to our coffee shop. If you guys think of a site planning way that we can address it, I'm all ears. We're just seeking your support. We think that the project will bring value to the city of Rancho Cordova, to this corner. And speaking of traffic, I want to remind everyone, and I know the council is already aware of this, certainly staff is that there's a lot of engineering eyes and planning eyes on this site. We have a traffic engineer on board. We've done a full traffic impact study. We've addressed and understand what the traffic impacts will be at all hours of operations of the day. And, yes, any use added to this site is going to generate traffic, right? You're talking about urbanization, you're talking about revitalization. I mean, a dead parking lot's not generating any traffic. Now, if 1 in 20 cars in the area happens to, if this were to get built and 1 in 20 cars, which is, we're thinking 1 in 10 to 20 cars, maybe 5%, 6%, or upwards of maybe 8 or 9% of traffic in this area begins to be associated with Dutch Brothers, that's the maximum that we're anticipating. It's not going to be this utter fallout of traffic impact related to this project. In translation, what we're proposing are offsite improvements. Dutch Brothers understands that the city is going to require that sidewalk along Zinfandel be completely replaced. That rolled curb gets replaced with vertical curb, just like Popeyes had to do. We'll have to fix the driveway so it flares out appropriately. And there's likely going to be some immediate improvements to keep people from doing that left out into what I think was referred to by the resident as the suicide lane on Zinfandel. Well, the intention is, I think in the long term, is that won't be a suicide lane forever, because as development ensues, we're not the first to the party, and nor would we be the last to the party. Something will need to be done. And what we want to do all to know is that we're committed to working with your public works director, your engineering team, your planning staff, and being part of that solution. And in fact, have already agreed to some contribution to an off-site solution that extends even beyond the sidewalk and the curb and all that stuff that we're already going to do along Zinfandel. We're talking about the median improvement stuff. We're working on that now, and that's us trying to convey a vote of confidence to you that we're committed to the city. We're committed to creating an interesting place. I love both Dutch Brothers and other coffee shops, and I frequent them always. And I do actually go on my bike, and I do walk when I can, when it makes sense. And I think in this location, for those using the transit station, it makes a lot of sense. They can grab their coffee, and this is about the extent of reach that I would be comfortable walking, grabbing my coffee, and catching my train into work. But you know, you're right. We are going to generate car traffic just as any other retail use would, and certainly maybe even less traffic than something that would be extremely dense, perhaps even large multifamily projects and those sorts of things. But that doesn't mean that there's not also room for development for those sorts of large revitalization projects immediately adjacent to us. We're not a large site. We're under an acre. And we're creating a big patio. We're creating a pedestrian experience. I don't have any issue with the councilwoman's suggestion that we address the elevations and make them a little bit more diversified with colors and materials. We can certainly address that. I'd really love to hear any more offers of improvement to make the site, again, remember, more multimodal, more pedestrian friendly. It's not a car wash. It's not 100% auto-dominated. I do believe that we have a hybrid model here. And in this location, it would operate as a hybrid model of a coffee shop with a drive-through. And with that, I mean, I'd love to answer any more questions. I don't believe that Dutch Brothers is a whatever you can get development. I believe that they're very popular. I believe that they're sought after. And, you know, and that's not boasting. It's just saying that they're just a popular chain of coffee shops. And I think people like to go there. And we hope you'll accept them in this location. We've really been committed to working with staff and the ownership and the development team and Dutch Brothers and all of us for over 2 years to try to get this site right. And again, if we need to make some further changes, we're here. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions directly from council, staff, or members of the public. You know, just whatever we can do to assist. I also have our traffic engineer is able to answer if you want to get further a bit into the weeds of how we manage traffic. We have a lot of stuff occurring on site for traffic management to funnel people. I don't know that I can control the mouse, but if you look on the driveway between us and the Popeyes, if you know the site pretty well, you'll see that hatched area over the drive. That's the no block zone, right? So we're trying to get people out of the site to that drive so that they can be exiting to Zinfandel in an organized manner. And again, in the scheme of things, this project is adding in the single percentile to the traffic counts of the area. It's not a big, bad traffic monster. It will generate traffic, but it won't, it's not, I don't want you to feel like it hasn't been quantified or studied. So thank you. And I'm here to answer your questions.
All right, great. Thank you for your response. All right, council. So there isn't a motion or anything here. They just wanted some advice, staff. So staff, you've heard from a couple council members at this point that are feeling very uneasy about the project in general. A couple that said no, so I don't know what we're going to do about that. Because we want them to be in the city, we just don't want them in that location.
Mayor Gatewood, if I may, I hate to interrupt. This is Michael DeGangi, Property and Development. We're the principal developer on the project, and just wanted to bring in and note a few things in regards to some of the council members' questions. I know Tim Brown's on the line with us as well. I don't know if he's been brought in, but I can't remember if it was Councilmember Terry or Councilmember Sander that posed the question about the contribution or who's paying for the improvements or the post improvement to the solution that would accommodate some of the traffic impact that's existing. Not necessarily would be erected from necessarily Dutch Brothers, but just want to make it known that the developer, like we, Property 9, has already communicated to staff and Albert that we are willing to contribute, and we gave Albert a figure of what we'd be willing to contribute to Public Works and the general fund to pay our fair share of what this impact would yield, not necessarily from the project, but just our fair share of being welcomed into the site. We've made that loud and clear. We would make that contribution. So, City Clerk, I don't know if you're able to unmute Tim Brown to elaborate a little more on that, but I just want to make that note. And thanks for your time.
Actually, guys, before you do that, I'm actually talking with council right now. So let's just wait for us to ask you a question, and then we'll go ahead and have that going on. So right now, I want to kind of talk with Mike. Let me go
Garrett,
ahead.
if I
John,
could
go ahead.
make a suggestion, yeah. I would say that if the development team has a presentation, honestly, that should have gone before we were making comments, but if there's somebody on the development team that wants to clarify, I stated a question. More, I was stating it to Albert and our team was, why are we being presented with off-site improvements and examples of that and costs for those when none of it's been identified? So is Dutch Brothers, let me ask you this way. Are you offering to pay for what he just showed us? I'll be honest with you. I'm asking that question. I don't think that really is going to sway me. If you want to commit to not having a drive-through, that's going to change things a lot for me, but you're going to need a different design, obviously.
Sure.
But my question was, normally when we look at development options for anything, and it includes off-site improvements, those are usually part of the project. And we were given them as examples with a dollar amount with them with nothing identified to pay them. So are you saying you're paying for that?
In part, sure, in part, and I can answer that directly. Thanks for the inquiry to clarify that.
Sure.
We do work in a lot of cities, and especially in a format where we're very, very used to and flexible with off-site improvements and improving the city and the infrastructure, utilities, off-site improvements on our dollar, right? That's just part of the game you pay to play. However, that's as a result of direct impact to the said project. Now, given this, there is an existing problem on Zinfandel, as we've all noted. So as a result of that, yes, we've acknowledged and made aware that we are willing to pay our fair share beyond the threshold that we are already at. We were already at 12 months ago. This project is severely over budget. However, this site is really the only site that works for Dutch Brothers, and it only works for us. And we're wanting to come to a means to collectively see how we get a pandemic-proof, culturally sound, locally grown, locally operated business into this site. And we want to hear feedback on how to do that, not just why it doesn't work, but how can it work? And I know you mentioned the drive-through component. Well, the drive-through component is the essential aspect to the business model, right?
Yeah.
Right.
No, I get it.
So how do we do that? How do we take away a car dealership's business model when we take away the service division, right? There wouldn't be a car dealership in your city if you did that, right? So that's what we're trying to propose here is how do we work together, not against each other, and how do we meet everyone's needs that might not be completely ideal, but fair, and brings the city revenue. It brings the city culture, brings the city patrons, brings the city pedestrians. Tell us what we need to do. We'll do it. And we've done so this far. We've worked with staff who's been tremendous thus far. Nick, Darcy, Amanda Norton. This is 2.5, almost 3 years in the making. And I hope the persistence, contrary to your comment of being disappointed, I hope it shows passion of why we want to be in your city and why we want to help it grow and why we want to sustain and help economic growth.
Why is this the only site that works? Can you enlighten us a little bit there?
Sure. And Councilmember Sander, I think we spoke, I think last year regarding the project. And as you know, with your background, there's a pro forma, there's a void, and there's a formula that any business has when they run their void analysis, and what's going to make them thrive the greatest. And that's for no one to decide but the business, right? We're not going to tell Apple where to go. We're not going to tell a car dealership where to go. But if we can all collectively understand why they want to go there, then, we might all have a different perception on that. But it is been the only site communicated to us, whereas it's the only site they want to be at. It's the only site they're working on with us. And the fact that we're still working on it, I think is a testament, as everybody is heavily invested at this point, as staff can attest to. I think we can if there's further questions, I'm sure we can go over that offline. But essentially, it's the only site that works from a business perspective as a business decision.
Yeah, I guess I would just clarify too that, and I appreciate the comments that you just made, and I get this would do very well there. I think though, I just wish that amount of energy and passion had been rerouted towards some other alternative sites that we didn't already give you feedback months ago that this wasn't going to work.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Councilman Terry. So knowing that, just to piggyback off your last comment, if you knew the business wasn't going to thrive in an alternate location, and say, I
don't know that.
No. I'm making a hypothetical scenario to where if the business didn't perform out to be a high performing business that would bring in city tax dollars, would bring patrons to the site, would bring culture to the site, would activate for that particular region of the city, would you still feel the same?
Say the beginning part of that again. You're asking me what? You're asking me if it didn't
knowing that an alternate site would be inferior and it wouldn't thrive as it would in a superior site from a business perspective, thus activating the corridor as it would here, would you still feel the same?
Yeah, because in the grand scheme of things, yes, will lots of people go there in their car and yes, cause a problem from a traffic flow and a lot of other things. And the fact that there could be a heightened use there that includes people congregating and staying there for much longer than the business model that you have, regardless of an outdoor patio, that one, coffee use right now is all grab and go for the moment because we're in a pandemic. I get that. But post-pandemic, when we go back to the point of people spending time at coffee shops, let's say we get back to that at some point, I'm more interested in you activating places that don't already have an abundance of cars at them, right? This is a use that is, in my opinion, a detriment to that corner. So when I gave you that feedback, and I believe at least two of my colleagues reiterated their position, and I believe one of my former colleagues did as well, that I wish you would have taken the last 9 or 10 or 12 months since we last talked to spend your time and your energy instead of trying to convince me that my belief of what needs to go with this corner is incorrect or misguided. I wish you would have taken that amount of time to explore some of the other places where if you would have gone in there, one, you would be drawing, like you're saying, people into an area that it may be underperforming, therefore adding a benefit to the corridor that you're going into, and explore a number of different possibilities. Instead, you double down on something that a majority of the council is already giving you guidance on. I mean, I'll be honest with you. In 13 years as an elected official, I've never had anybody ask for a workshop, ask for my opinion, get a majority telling them don't do something, and you stuck to it. I just don't understand that. So I really wish you would have taken our guidance and worked with economic development to cite alternative options and sites. Unfortunately, you didn't, and this is where we are.
Fair point. And to the contrary, we actually did, and subsequently, this would be the first, and it has to be the first of the expansion into the market in which there would be further investigation and due diligence into alternate sites as subsequent sites, in which the first one would need to be here, in which there would be at least 2 others to follow, provided the sites met the criteria. So I just wanted to make that aware.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I would tell you in general, those scooters has proved that your model of drive-through kiosk works, and we already have one of those. And it was inside of a shopping center like this. It wasn't on that corner, and it wasn't on a corner that we were really hoping for heightened use and different use. I mean, honestly, I didn't approve the Walgreens. I wasn't on council then, but I think everyone held their nose when they approved that design, and it's closed now. And so the opportunities at that corner to do something other than this and to really try to get transit-oriented development, I mean, this is a once-in-a-generation decision, and I'm sorry, I can't approve a drive-through use right there on that corner. I couldn't sleep with myself if I had to.
Oh, that's okay. We appreciate your feedback and insight.
Thank you.
So it seems to me, Garrett, that we have one specific issue, which is the traffic. And unfortunately, we've got the developer wanting to have the amount of traffic that we've got in this location because of the potential for drawing in business, whether it's by automobile or by foot or by bicycle. And on the other hand, we have some council members who feel that that's exactly the reason that it shouldn't go there. So that's really where we are. We've got traffic, and the issue is the traffic a good thing or is the traffic a bad thing? And we just need to determine which is the majority.
Mayor Gatewood,
All right.
may I mention an item?
Go ahead, Albert.
Thank you. One of the items that I wanted to clarify is that there are a couple challenges associated with the idea of improvements within Zinfandel Drive. One of them is certainly the price that is not budgeted by the city. The other challenge is the reaction of neighboring businesses, which may push back strongly and have significant concerns with the modification of their circulation patterns.
Yes, because immediately once you do these modifications to the patterns, it affects their sales for all the businesses because you can no longer get to them. So you have U-turns and stuff to try to get to stuff instead of the way it would be. Yeah, it would definitely affect.
And we do understand, Garrett, we went through that the entire length of Folsom Boulevard as we changed the two-way left turn lane or suicide lane into a variety of channeled intersections with landscape medians in between. Staff is very good at dealing with that.
So, so the only option is do we consider this development going in to be transit oriented? Okay, so at this point we're gonna need to wrap this up. Staff, you have opinions. You've heard from everybody. You should understand the direction that we want.
Could somebody on staff maybe summarize what they heard and where we're going?
Yes. Good evening, Darcy Gillard, Planning Manager. If I could just summarize a little bit of what I heard to just get clarification. The goal is staff would continue this item and bring it back most likely at the next hearing, which would be May 3rd. So in summary, from what I heard from the council is I believe I heard 2, possibly 3 no votes, potentially 2 yes. So I just need final clarification from the council on the direction moving forward so that we can bring back the final action documents at the next meeting. But I do believe it's 2, possibly 3 no's and 2 yeses.
And again, for clarification, we're not asking for the council and for the applicant to be very clear. There's not a final action being asked for. We're just asking for direction enough so that we can prepare either a resolution of denial for consideration or a resolution of approval for consideration.
Okay.
And I'd be happy if they choose to continue. They certainly have that right. I could offer more suggestions on pedestrian and bicycle connectivity and maybe the pedestrian features that you might want to consider. I mentioned some of them just abbreviated earlier, but I could go into more detail.
And if that is the case, we could just continue this item to a date uncertain to continue working with the applicant on those items.
That might be productive if David had an opportunity to give staff a variety of suggestions that they could consider.
It's still going to be very difficult to say yes, though, to automotive use in a transit-oriented development area. That's still the big challenge.
Yeah, I mean, David, the hardest part is they can make all these. The hardest part is they can make all these changes, but in all honesty, it's still it's not a transit-oriented development. We might as well have allowed Quick Quack Car Wash to go in there. I mean, yeah, there's 10, 15% of people that do walk-ups and get stuff, but I mean, in the end, that's not supposed to be there. We want it, but it's not supposed to be there.
Garrett, you remind me of the heartbreak or the headaches that we went through in trying to decide whether Lowe's, which was basically a big box, belonged in a new urbanist community. And as a planner, I lost more sleep over that one and changed my mind more times than I've ever changed my mind on anything. But if you look now at the success of Cap Village, even with Lowe's there, then you can understand that how our taking the time to really fully consider it was turned out in the long run to be a huge advantage for the community.
Okay, so what are we doing, guys? Are we continuing it, or are we do we give them an Adam? What do you want us to do? What do you need us to do?
I guess I'd like to be. Thank you, Mayor, for the question. I guess I'd like to be clear. Is the council's direction to bring this back? And Mr. Sander, you spoke last. Would you like to? Would anyone like to make their comments or suggestion in the form of a motion? It would be either a motion to continue, in which case staff would not come back to you with a specific recommendation, but would be seeking further council guidance, or it would be a motion, to direct staff to return with for possible consideration of approval or for possible consideration of denial. I think just being that straightforward with us might be helpful, Darcy.
I would move that we continue this to a date uncertain with staff to work with suggestions from council members and present them to the applicant for their comments.
Yeah, I second that. I mean, again, so there's a reason this business is doubling down on this location, and, you know, they're willing to take that time and effort to go through what it takes to work with the city to make this happen. Obviously, Jason, please look at other options, other locations. You know, this is strong feedback from council that, you know, we really want you here. And if there's another location that would work, you know, it'll be a win-win. So if that's something that you can also bring to the table, that would be very much appreciated. Sorry, I second Linda's motion.
All right. Roll call.
Councilmember Pulapati.
Does that work, Adam?
Yes.
Yes, it does, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Councilmember Sander.
Aye.
Councilmember Budge.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terry.
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood.
Aye.
And Mayor, just if I may confirm, staff, do you have all that you think you need to make that evening productive?
Yes.
I believe we have what we need from the comments that were received.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Let's move on. This is going to be a long one, so luckily it's 9 o'clock, so it's good. I like that we're starting late. That's the awesome part about this. All right.
So, Mr. Mayor, can I request that we put a stop time to when we want to stop versus just keep, bringing out when this is a long discussion? So maybe we say, is there a protocol to saying we stop at 10 or?
No protocol. We just stop when we're tired.
Okay.
What was our old standard, Linda? 1 a.m.?
No, but let's go back. Let's go back and remember that we did have to vote to go beyond either 10 or 11, and unfortunately,
it was 11.
11.
I think it was 11 o'clock.
Well, we aren't going that long because I got family members to take care of. So let's start with.
Also, if we're talking about timeframes, I know that this has to be done by June. So I know there are people here to speak, but at the same time, like this doesn't have to be approved tonight.
Right. So, Stacy, can you go ahead and announce the subject?
Yes, recommendations on the.
Really quickly, Stacy, before you start, for those of you not speaking, please mute because there's an echo.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask my question again. So, 10 o'clock is when we stop on this discussion because it's something that we need to consider, and I don't want to really rush through things. And I know you have things to take care of as well. So would everyone be in alignment with stopping this discussion at 10 p.m.?
Linda said absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Stacy, go ahead.
I don't want to rush to a conclusion. I think it'll take whatever time it takes.
So the title for this item, 19.1, is the recommendations on the fiscal year 2021-2022 Community Enhancement Fund grant applications received and discussed council-led initiatives for consideration.
All right. So given that this is a large item, I'm going to suggest that we keep the public comments to 2 minutes. If at some point we need to bring more public comments, we'll bring people back, but I think we should shorten it to 2 so we can get through more. And before we do the staff report, are we going to do like we did last year and go through and ask people if they had issues and then pull out the ones that they'd like to change? Or that seemed to go a lot better than the 2 years ago where we were in talks for 3 times.
So yes, Mayor Gateway.
We're going to do it that way? You want to do it that way this time?
The proposal that we have tonight is that we'll first discuss the 11 items that we need to segment that require your recusal. Once we get past those 11 items, then we will talk about items page by page, just asking council if they either agree with the recommendation or not. If you don't agree with one of the recommendations, we will put it in a parking lot so that we can revisit that item, probably on May 3rd, just given what time it is right now. We'll invite applicants to comment when their item is discussed. So if you put it in a parking lot, then they will comment most likely May 3rd. And then we will give the general public an opportunity to comment as well once the presentation is over tonight. So that's kind of the general rundown of how the process will work tonight, assuming you concur.
I agree 100%. Siri, did you get that? I know this is new for you. Do you have your Excel spreadsheet and all that stuff in front of you?
No, I got what Stacy said, so I will pull up my spreadsheet now.
Yeah, so the easiest way to do this, there's a spreadsheet to the right of it. It has the notes and what the suggestions are. And then if you have one you'd like to revisit, just call it out after she gets through it, and we'll go through it together, okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Go ahead, Stacy.
Well, thank you for having me this evening. I promise I will not talk until 1 a.m. I will try to keep it succinct and moving forward. This evening, I will be presenting information about the staff recommendations on the fiscal year 21-22 Community Enhancement Fund grants. This is the first evening that we're going to be discussing the recommendations. So we do have some future meetings available. If we need to continue this item, we have both the May 3rd as well as the May 17th meeting if need be. We do need council to make the decision by May 17th so that it can be folded into the larger budget discussion that takes place on May 25th with adoption happening in the June timeframe. Next slide, please. I've just shared kind of how the discussion part is going to work. You'll have the opportunity to provide comment as well as the public and the applicant. And we'll discuss the final next steps once we get to the conclusion of the 82 grant applications tonight. So next slide, please. Just to recap, we did receive approximately $5.3 million in grant applications, and that was from a variety of applications, 82 in total. When we originally released the Community Enhancement Fund grant application process, we had indicated that we thought $2 million worth of community grants would be the recommendation. And tonight, the initial staff recommendation that I'll share equals approximately $2.1 million. And when you add in the funding categories that we discussed on April 5th, which includes the legacy funds, public works, economic development, as well as public safety and the administration of funds, that brings it to just about $10 million, which is equal to what the projected revenues are for fiscal year 21-22. Next slide, please. So again, tonight we're going to be focusing on those community grants. That's the item highlighted in yellow on the screen. So this includes everything from art, culture, history, entertainment, and sports, as well as education grants and programs, and those items that fall into the other category. So we're not going to be spending time talking about the other budget items listed on the screen. Those were covered on the April 5th City Council meeting. And if need be, we will come back on May 3rd if we need to continue the discussion on the community grants. Next slide, please. So most of the applications that were submitted to the city for consideration did meet the minimum grant requirements that we include in the process and criteria document each year. About 40% of the grant applications received were for the continuation of existing programs or projects within the city. These are just some of the things the review committee looked at when we reviewed the various grant applications submitted. We looked at things such as, was the applicant leveraging any other funding sources or partnerships within the city? What was that general return on investment? Did the applicant team have the ability to carry out the project in a finite period of time? And for most projects, that's a one-year period, so beginning July 1st and ending June 30th. We looked to see whether or not we could measure the progress being made or the results of the program. We looked at what the intended use of the money is, whether it had to do with one-time fees, staff costs, or a combination of the above. And we also looked to see if there were similar programs happening either with the same audience or the same general area within the city of Rancho Cordova. If it was a project that was looking to take place at a location other than a location owned by the organization, then we looked to see if they had a suitable location already identified with some recommendations by either the site owner or, in the case of an agency such as a school district, if they endorse the project. And then, of course, we look to see how many people this project would serve in the given year, and if we worked with the applicant before, were they successful in the prior years? And then because of the current COVID landscape that we're still dealing with, we also look to see what the probability of a program's ability to move forward was, either due to existing restrictions or what we felt were the loosening of restrictions in the coming months and year. Next slide, please. So based on prior council direction over the years, you will see these 5 initiatives included in the grant recommendations. So these are 5 buckets that have been in place
to support things such as art in public places, performing art, youth sport, field trips and assemblies for our school districts, as well as the local community service partnership fund, which helps fund $5,000 grants to small community groups up to twice per year. So again, these 5 items will be included in the recommendations, and we'll talk about them in more detail as we cover those items within the recommendation list. Next slide, please. This is just a sample of what the recommendation or Excel matrix looks like. This is just for reference purposes at this point. And you'll notice that there is shading throughout the document. That was done to help identify if a project is recommended for funding or if there's any special circumstances regarding how we're going to address those items tonight. So for instance, those items in blue represent items that are tied to Cordova Recreation and Park District facilities or programming. And because the council member needs to recuse himself, we're going to cover all of those items together in one fell swoop, as opposed to going page by page and having him have to recuse himself multiple times tonight.
Okay, so then Stacey, Garrett, do you want to go ahead and recuse yourself now?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a suggestion in how we would do that. So we can cover those. Stacey, our city clerk, are there any public commenters, either in writing or within Zoom, that would like to comment on any of the items highlighted in blue with regards to CRPD sites or initiatives?
And it might be helpful if we advance to 2 slides ahead of where we're at.
Yeah, I'm looking at attachment 2 of the staff report. So I'm on page 1, and it looks like the first one is number 1, the arts and culture for the Diwali function.
Right. Next slide, please. So this
and
slide
I'm just confirming, Garrett, you're no longer on. I can't see participants in here. Maybe because I see Garrett's camera off. I'm assuming he's recused himself. But yeah, let's. Do you want to cover these? Okay, so you're using.
I'm going to just cover.
And again, if I may, just as we do these, if I could, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor, if we could briefly state the reason for the recusal. The reason for the mayor's recusal on these items is that his business does some work with CRPD.
Okay. So yeah, Stacey, if you want to present those, let's see if we have any commenters. I just want to remind commenters, one, if you've been recommended for funding, especially full funding, we'd appreciate your brevity. And there's no rule that says that you could skip and not comment if you've been recommended for full funding. And again, keep in mind, I think a couple of council members have expressed their concerns about ending at a certain time today, and it would be much easier if people spoke shorter. Even though we're going to have 2-minute time limits, that doesn't mean you have to take 2 minutes. Okay. With that, Stacey Delaney, go ahead.
Thank you. So with regards to application number 1, the review committee is recommending to partially fund at a sponsorship level of $5,000 specific to the Navratri event. You'll see that is a consistent recommendation that we made for similar events. So with regards to application 5, which is ONCAR, similarly, we are recommending a $5,000 sponsorship specific to the Basant Pachami, which is the Festival of Knowledge. Also with KSS, we are recommending to do the same, partially fund up to $5,000 specifically for a sponsorship of the Ranga Basanta event. With regards to application 17, which is the Hummingbird Theater Company, we're recommending that we fund a not to exceed amount of $20,000 and have that specifically come out of the performing arts bucket that we spoke about just a few moments ago. With regards to application 25, the Cordova Community Council Foundation, we're recommending $50,000 towards the ongoing renovations and maintenance of youth sports facilities. And this could be on facilities either owned by Folsom Cordova Unified School District or Cordova Recreation and Park District. And it is a continuation of a program that has been in place for several years. With regards to application 42, which is the Kaleidoscope application, The review committee is not recommending funding towards this project. We felt that it served a very small number of potential participants. I'm not sure if you want to stop at this point, or if you'd like me to continue on to the next 5.
There's 5 more on top of this that are CRPD related?
Yes, because in most cases, the proposed location was at one of their facilities.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard a number of like 6. How many in total do we have here for this?
11, 6 are on the screen, and then the next
Okay.
5 are on the next slide.
Yeah, go ahead and do all of them, and then we'll take public comment on these items.
Okay, next slide, please. So with regards to application 51, which is the Rancho Cordova Disc Golf Club, this was for the exploration of a potential golf club location. The review committee is not recommending it for funding. However, I did have conversations with Cordova Recreation and Park District staff. They do have a lot of goals for Dave Roberts Park, and they are interested in reaching out to the group and also exploring that as a potential enhancement to that park, as well as reaching out to the community in general to see if it's something that would be warranted for that location. With regards to application 54, which is the Rancho Endurance Sports Kids on Bikes, we're not recommending this for funding. We, as a review committee, support Salva's requests, and there were several items that overlapped between this and some of the other bike-related items. With regards to application 59, which is the D.L. Williamson Park-based construction, the review committee is not recommending funding towards this project. However, you'll see later on that we are recommending a different park enhancement project just through park renovation fee instead of community enhancement funds. With regards to application 70, which is the Mather Sports Complex Crosswalk project, our public works staff stands by ready to discuss this project with the applicant. I have already relayed that information to Cordova Recreation and Park District so that they can work directly with Public Works on whether or not a crosswalk is needed at that location. And with regards to application 71, which is the Feddersville Park Enhancement Project, the review committee does recommend this project, but we're recommending that it come out of park renovation fee as opposed to the community enhancement fund. And if that were to move forward in that fashion, then we would coordinate accordingly between city staff, the community, and CRPD on the specific scope of work and whether or not there needed to be any additional contributions from CRPD to move the project forward. So those are the 11 segmented applications that are tied either directly to a CRPD facility or a potential facility if it's an event.
With that, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on these items? Keep in mind, we're just talking about these 11 items. Stacey, can we go up or back? So look at this, 51, 54, 59, 70, or 71, or 1, 5, 8, 17, 25, or 42. Do we have any public comment on these items? And again, your time limit is 2 minutes. You don't have to take 2 minutes. And if you are recommended for funding, I think the 5 or the 4 council members that can vote on these ones would really appreciate you being short. Go ahead.
So what I can share is the city clerk's office has received 1 public comment via email from Donald Childs with regards to application number 71, which was on the second page of this list. All council has received that email. And hopefully you've had an opportunity to review that. If not, I can share anything that you would like from that email. And then we have 4 hands that are raised. I have to make the assumption that they want to speak under one of these particular applications. So for right now, the first speaker would be Angel Ball. Following Angel, second will be Atuna. And I'll go ahead and unmute Angel, and you'll have 2 minutes, Angel.
Really quickly, hang on for 1 sec. I want to remind, well, since we're doing it this way, this will be each member of the public. Actually, I'll take that. You can make comments on these ones individually, and then we will allow 1 more comment for the remainder of the agenda or the calendar of these items. keep in mind, we're not going to take comments individually for each one of these items. So at this point, we'll take 2-minute comments on these individual items. If people want to talk about other items, they'll have one more chance at the end of the presentations. Go ahead, Angel.
Angel, I just unmuted you. You'll have 2 minutes.
Well, this is very exciting, and I want you to know that the Cordova Vineyards neighborhood is excited to read staff is recommending the Feddersfield Park project for funding. I'm actually done now. Are you happy?
Thank you, Angel. Although it's not recommended funding
You're
here,
welcome.
we're just recommending funding somewhere else. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Atanu. Sorry about that.
This is for the on-car item.
Stacy, can you please confirm if you're able to hear me?
We hear you. Can you please state your full name, please?
My name is Atanu De.
Atanu De. Thank you. Feel free to make your comment.
Sure. Thank you. First of all, by the way, I'm the president of Ankur. Myself and my fellow board members profoundly want to thank you for supporting Ankur for all these years. It is your help and support which makes it possible for us to be able to promote the culture and arts in these local communities. And, we really hope we'll continue to have your support in the upcoming year, and especially during these financial challenges being faced by many members. We would sincerely request the City of Rancho Cordova to support us in these endeavors. Having said that, I just wanted to, kind of ensure that the comment on council member recusal is not to be construed as a kind of any, kind of rejection or any comment on any negativity on the approval process. Just wanted to clarify if that is, if somebody can confirm.
It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with where you're holding your event, and a council member that has business with the government agency that oversees that facility. That's it. So he's not allowed to discuss or vote on these individual items that we're going over at the moment.
Understood. Thank you so much. And once again, sincerely, thank you all for your generous grants for all these years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lena.
Hi, my name is Lena Oselski. I'm with the Rancho Endurance Sports. First of all, thank you so much for letting us participate in this. And as a brand new business to Rancho Cordova, where we are looking to launch our triathlon store in May of 2021. And so quick thank you to the economic development team of helping us with this and continuing to help us with this. And this is my first time going through the application for the grant. And perhaps we were not as clear as we should have been. We are located on Sunrise and Gold Center, right by the Folsom Canal. So I don't know if we particularly fall under the Cordova Recreation and Park District. And so we would like to request to be considered for the grant, as we are looking to engage different and various socioeconomic communities through cycling and to become future triathletes, which impacts just, all these positive ways are the future generation, especially coming from an immigrant community and coming out with, better skills, better focus, and a positive opportunity and just an opportunity to engage the community in a very different way.
And just to clarify, the reason they were segmented is because in the application, they indicated that they may have activities that occur at a park facility.
Right. That's item 54. If we wanted to go to the next slide, it was item 54, I believe, on the top of the next slide. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Oh, did you have additional comments?
Yeah, and so for us, because we are so conveniently placed at the very end of the block, primarily all of the events will be held on that trail, on the part that's right between Sunrise going towards Folsom. And so I don't know what the next steps are or whether this is the final say.
No, I can actually explain that, but while we're getting the mayor back into the meeting, I can explain what at least how tonight and the next meeting should go.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is telephone number starting with 1-916-804.
Hi all, this is Faiza Mughal in Lincoln Village. In the interest of saving time, I would like to say that the ITLV leadership, as well as BARC, have included support letters for application number 71, the Federspiel Park project. But in addition to that, just as a resident of Rancho Cordova, I'd like to say that I view the Measure H funds as for us, by us money. And what I mean by that is when a resident applies for a project, first of all, that's extremely special. It should be honored. And I believe that we should support those projects and hold them up as examples. I do love the idea of improving parks. I'm big on park improvement. And I love that a resident is taking the lead on that project. I think you should fully fund it, though, because CRPD, the coffers are smaller. You're going to have elements of the application that won't be fulfilled. That would be a huge disappointment. So I'd like to see the city do anything and everything it can to support a resident leading a project on park improvement. Again, especially through a community enhancement fund process. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Was that for Stacey, or is there any more?
Yes, that's all that I have.
Okay. So the way we'll go about this I think may even speak, Faiza, to your comment as well. So what we're going to do now is for these 11 items, we're going to be doing this for every other item on the list tonight or in the near future. But I'd like to go through the staff's recommendations of these 11 items and see if there's any items that we disagree with staff's recommendation that we would like to pull and have a further discussion, likely at another meeting. And I do, so if we want to go down the list, we'll start with, so if we can go to the up one page on the presentation. So if we could start with item 1, which is requested for 11,000, recommended for 5,000. Now, we don't need to get into what we want to do differently. Does anybody disagree with that staff recommendation and want to pull that item to have further discussion at a later meeting?
Donald, why don't you just ask if anybody has concerns about any of these 11?
I thought this would be easier if we just went through each one of them than 3 of us agreeing on one that they want and another one. So I figured if we just went through each one of these, and we'll be done with it. So does anybody want to change item 1? Hearing none, anybody want to change or talk about item 5? Item 8? Item 17?
So, Donald, I'd like to make a comment on 1, 5, and 8. This is a community enhancement fund, and this is a real show of how we are working towards community enhancement. You know, this is a very diverse program here, 1, 5, and 8, that gives a sense of belonging to the citizens. You know, this is something that this city of Rancho Cordova does that I've not seen any other city do. So, I mean, really, kudos to the city of Rancho Cordova for appreciating all these programs, and especially because I am very close to 1, 5, and 8, and I've seen them, and, you know, it attracts, and the praise that I hear for the city council through the years for such programs is very much appreciated.
Thanks, Jerry. Just know, if we want to be done by 10, we can't say that on every item. Okay. That being said, 17 looks like it's a recommendation of $20,000 out of not to exceed $20,000. Excuse me. Does anybody want to pull that item for the Hummingbird Theater?
I would discuss it.
Okay, we'll pull 17 and I would agree with that too. 17 we'll pull. 25, and again, saying we're pulling it doesn't mean that they're getting more funding. It just means we're going to talk about it later. 25. That's a full funding endorsed by the school district. Anybody want to change that? I'm guessing only if you want to go lower. Okay. 42 is not recommended. Anybody want to pull that? The Kaleidoscope scholarships.
I'd like to pull it.
Okay. We'll move 42 into a discussion item. We'll go down to the next page, please. Rancho Cordova Disc Golf Club. Anybody want to pull that? It's recommended for 5. I'm sorry, requested 5, not recommended for funding. Okay, moving down to 59. DL Williamson Park Base Construction, $230,000, not recommended for funding. Okay, moving down.
Mr. Vice Mayor, you missed number 54. I'm not sure if I heard.
I did. You're right. Thank you very much. Rancho Cordova Endurance Sports and Kids on Bikes. I'll go ahead and pull that. I think we need to understand more of what the applicant's intention was, and see if that still jives with our staff evaluation. Thank you, Cyrus. I don't know if anybody else agrees with me, but I'd like to pull that one. So 54 for a later date. 59, I didn't hear anybody jump to say that on that one. Let's move down to 70, which is the crosswalks at the, well, and I think frankly that Public Works would we may have some federal funding to fill that one here pretty soon or something else. So anybody want to pull 70 or 71? Looks like 71 we're going to look at from the park renovation fee. And so for FISA, just to your comment about that one, in the event where somebody's asking for something and we can fund it from somewhere else and save those funds for other projects within Measure H, it's always advantageous for us to do that. And we have funding specifically set aside from impact fees to pay for park renovations in the older part of the city. So that's what staff is recommending here, is to dip into a different pot. So knowing that, council, is there anybody that would like to pull 71?
I would just comment that when you've got residents standing up for their local park and asking us for those improvements, that's a very important thing from my point of view. And we have a good history of taking on those kind of projects. Although it has to be said, it's difficult to do with that exterior park agency. It can be challenging. So park renovation fee, though, I think is a perfectly legitimate way to tackle this.
Yeah, and I would say that just from the Measure H exercise that we're doing is how we got this idea, which I think is great. But once it's identified and we realize we have funding for that somewhere else, I think we need to utilize that so we can maximize our other funding.
I agree.
So, yeah, no, so Faiza, you make a great point, but again, we have money somewhere else. So I'm glad that we got the idea. So with that, I believe we have exhausted the list that the mayor needed to recuse himself from. So if everybody will hang on for a sec, I told him I would text him.
So just to confirm, we are pulling for later discussion, item 17, item 42, and item 54.
Correct. So for anyone that was an advocate or a proponent of those items, there will be a future meeting. I think, Stacy, what did you say, the first meeting in May?
May 3rd.
Yeah, likely May 3rd will be the next time that we'll discuss it. At that meeting, traditionally what we do is we only discuss the ones that we are pulling tonight, which are really only the things that we disagree with staff, or we have more questions to ask of staff of those items. So we would recommend that on May 3rd, proponents of the items that are pulled tonight be at that next meeting. So hopefully that gives everybody marching orders. Do we have Garrett back in the room?
Vice Mayor Terry, may I recommend, before we leave this segmented discussion, if you could call for council to vote on the items that are on the screen, with the exceptions of items 17, 42, and 54. It will at least give us the ability to move forward in the most efficient way so that we don't have to revisit these items again on May 3rd. So if you can
so help me understand. So before we let Garrett back in, so Stacy, don't let Garrett in if he's in the waiting room or something.
the council can make a recommendation supporting.
No. I understand. I want to ask Adam a question. So the motion would be to accept the remaining staff recommendations that are here, and then we are essentially continuing 3 items for further discussion that Garrett will have to recuse himself from at that point as well. Is that
correct?
The staff?
Correct, because
okay.
we will not have made a final decision.
Okay.
Ideally, we want to limit that as much as possible. So if
Sure.
there is any way, where we have recusals in particular, you should try your hardest to make a final decision before they return on the other items. But
Yeah,
again,
so we have 3 more items.
and again, for the applicants, I would just remind folks, if you would, that no actions are final until all actions are taken together at the end.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to get across. That we're accepting staff's recommendation preliminarily right now. At a future meeting, we may choose to change funding levels for some of these. I would probably say that the ones that are not recommended for funding are not going to probably change, but that could happen. So with that, do we have a recommendation to approve staff's do we have a motion to approve staff recommendation of the remaining items beyond the 3 that we pulled?
So moved.
So I have a motion by Sander. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a second by Pulapati. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Pulapati,
Yes.
Councilmember Sander,
David, you're on mute.
Aye. Sorry.
Councilmember Budge,
Linda, we can't hear you. Is she still here? Linda, you're on mute.
Is it 60 degrees in here?
Sarah, we can hear you though. You might want to mute. Linda, we still can't hear you. Stacy, just go ahead and call me and we'll at least pass it.
Vice Mayor Terry.
Aye. Okay, so motion carries. Let's get Garrett back in the room. And Linda, if you can hear us, we can't hear you, but you are on mute. Did we cover what we needed to, Adam? Is that enough for now for those?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And while we're waiting for the mayor to return, we can go ahead and switch to the Excel spreadsheet so we can start covering the other items.
Now we're going to just go in order with everything that's not highlighted in blue. Is that how we're doing it?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm not able to tell if the mayor has joined us again.
If you hit your participant, you'll see panelists.
He does not appear to have.
I was going to say, I'm saying that, Stacy, and I think you're in the room with the big TV. I don't know if you can
I am, so I can't
click on that stuff. Never mind. I'm sitting in front of an iPad. I don't see him in here yet.
The mayor has joined us.
There he is. Okay. Gary, you can get, you have the con.
Thank you, Mr. Terry.
So we're going to begin the process of going page by page. And just to reiterate, we are not going to cover the items in blue because those are the items that we just discussed. So I'm just looking for direction from council on whether or not you generally agree with the staff recommendations for items number 2, which is the Nimbus Films documentary, as well as item number 3, which is the Sacramento Theater Company after-school musical.
I really like the idea of funding a film that captures some of Rancho Cordova's history. So this Nimbus film proposal to me is really interesting. I see the comment that perhaps we ought to do a request for proposals to accomplish something like that. So, you know, maybe we designate that sort of money or a little bit more and set that up as a goal for the next year.
So why don't we, I would agree with you in spirit, David. So why don't we pull that item to figure out if we want to come up with another bucket for Stacy to manage or something. So I'd be fine with pulling 2 to talk about it later. And And I'm fine with 3, too. Sorry. Yeah. We're saying 2 and 3 right now for the question?
Correct.
Yeah.
Can I lend my support to item 2? Oh, thank you for recommending to pull it.
Yeah.
Stacy, Kelly and I have been working with these guys.
Great. So we pulled item number 2 for further discussion.
Okay.
Likely at the May 3rd meeting. Application 3, we're recommending a combination of rollover funding as well as a small amount of funding this year. So I didn't hear any opposition to that. Looking at application 4 through application 7, I'll just briefly go over them since you can't see them all on one screen. Application 4 is from RC SAC. We're recommending some initial pilot funding so that we can work with the applicant and the school district on developing a scope of work that would be appropriate for this grassroots group who's looking to elevate athletics in Rancho Cordova. We would skip item number 5 because we've already discussed it. Application 6 is the Mather Wrestling Club. Again, they have rollover funding, so we're looking to make a recommendation to give them a small amount this year. Let's give them full access to all the rollover funding, which would make them whole and able to do the program in the coming summer. With regards to application 7, which if you're looking at the printout, that's the bottom of page 2. We are recommending full funding for the Rancho Cordova River City Concert Band enhancement.
Item 4, if you could scroll back up. Okay, so item 4, this is a startup booster club. That's a bad label. Sort of an organization for Cordova High School. You guys will remember, I don't want to be too long-winded here, but you guys will remember for several years now, we have funded athletics at Cordova High through a variety of mechanisms, ever improving, I would say, mechanisms. This is probably the next iteration of how we do that. This is an organization, though, that as opposed to being run completely by school district administrators, this would bring in community members, alumni, community leaders, coaches, parents into an organization that would do more than we were able to do just kind of administratively before. So my guess here is that the best way to deal with that big log of funding that we've given to the high school for athletics and extracurricular, and this money that we would give to this prototype new style booster organization that does tutoring and all kinds of other stuff, is to set up a system, and Cyrus and I have talked about this, that allows all these parties, the city, the school district, this organization, to sit down together, prioritize some goals for Cordova High School and the student experience there, and then figure out who can best do it and how. So this, I think, would be a contribution to that pool of money. Later in this agenda is money that we've been giving to the school district. It's now sort of being divided into 2 parts in this application. I would say that money also goes into that same pool. And then together we can figure out in an interest-based way who can do what best. So Cyrus, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but that's sort of the discussion we've been having for about 6 months and trying to figure out how to best manage and get the biggest bang for our buck at Cordova High for these students.
No, I think
Cyrus, I would just say, David, I would agree with you. Let's pull it. And I think that's the whole point of pulling these, is to make our case and to dig into these more at the following meeting. And if we all decide that we're going to go and speak up on the behalf of each one of these tonight, we're never going to finish this. We're on page 2. So I support you in that we should pull this and discuss it later.
All right, let's do that.
Let's just get through this and make our cases at the next one.
So we've highlighted number 4 for discussion. We're skipping number 5. And I've already given you information on 6 and 7. I'm not hearing any council comment regarding those items. again, we skipped number 8 because we've already discussed number 8. With regards to numbers 9, 10, and 11, we are recommending funding towards the North Cal School of Arts. And we're recommending an amount not to exceed $15,000, which is in line with kind of what our typical award would be for a performing arts award, and specifically one that we would just be working with for the first time. With regards to the Mandarin School Music Academy, that supports Sunrise and McGarvey Elementary Schools. So we are requesting, or we're recommending full grant funding towards those projects. That's also endorsed by Elk Grove Unified School District. And with regards to number 11, which is from the Sacramento Performing Arts Conservatory, as a review committee, we're not recommending for funding. It was endorsed by the school district, but it was ranked relatively low out of the tier of projects that they provided feedback on. And just given the total number of arts-related grants, we did not recommend this one for funding.
I would want to, Mr. Mayor, talk about 10 and 11. I think we need some kind of a music strategy. It's been a little random and hit and miss.
Wouldn't 12 fall under the music strategy as well then?
That one gets most of their funding, so I wasn't worried about it.
So number 10 is recommended for full funding. I'm not sure if.
Yeah, the challenge for me, I don't want to get into too many details. The challenge for me with number 10 is that's a great program. It's going to the 2 wealthiest schools in our city, so the kids can afford music lessons.
Well, I don't disagree with that comment, but also whenever we look at the dot maps of where this funding goes to, there's very few dots in the area where there's lots of people paying that tax as well. So I get your point, David. When you're looking at those 2 on the list at the same time, it begs that question, of course, but they also pay the tax.
So this one says it's for students that are unable to afford music education. So I guess they're going to take into account that the parents cannot afford it versus, you know, the school district being in a certain area.
That's true too.
So just to take a lesson from Donald's page, perhaps the next meeting when we discuss these is the time to make your case.
Yep. I'd be fine. Pull 10 and 11. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's keep it moving. Pull 10 and 11, moving on. Next.
And just to reiterate for the public, if it's general public comment, we're going to wait till the very end of the presentation. With regards to these applications, if there's applicants on the line, we can either do them page by page, or we can do them when we get to the end of kind of the art section.
You know, Garrett, I forgot. That was my mistake. What we should have done was taken public comment right now, or when we started this list, before we took action, which is what we did last time. We took the public comment, then we started pulling stuff. So maybe we stop right here.
Yeah, let's take a break and public comment.
Yeah, that's my mistake. In between you getting back in the room, we didn't take the public comment.
So Stacy, let's go ahead and have let's pull public comment. So where is it? So I don't have the ability to do that.
Strategically, if we have any comments on either the Nimbus film documentary or the Sacramento Theater Company, and then we can catch up quickly that way.
Did we want to get everyone's public comment, or are we going to try to do one by one?
No, what she's saying is that if the folks that didn't, I think you're saying this, Stacey, the folks that didn't get funding or haven't been pulled, those of you that have been pulled for a future meeting, it would be great if you would wait to make your public comment till the meeting that we're going to talk about your item. That's what she's saying.
So for the Nimbus film documentary, I would suggest that we wait until May 3rd because that item has been identified as bringing back.
Yeah, you got what you wanted tonight. You're going to have another discussion.
Sacramento Theater Company. I don't know if there's anybody on the line from the applicant team who would like to make comments.
We have one hand that is raised, Joanna Johnson. I don't know if she's the applicant.
She is with that team.
Okay, and I'll go ahead and unmute Joanna.
Hello.
You'll have 2 minutes, Joanna.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So my name's Joanna Johnson. I am the program manager for the Sacramento Theater Company's Schools Partnership Program. We have been with White Rock for, I think 4 or 5 years now. We're have been very excited to continue our program there. This last year, which is why we're asking for the extension, is because of COVID, we weren't able to get into the school. And then I know they also went through some changes in principals during the school year also, which kind of made communication difficult. So we want to be able to still serve there. So next year we wanted to continue our funding that we have and use that for the musical next year. And then we wanted to request extra funding, potentially more than just the $2,500 that is recommended right now, so we can be in the classrooms with the teachers, really being able to help bring theater into the learning environment, because students learn in many different ways, and having that theater background into going into your math class or your reading class can help really engage students a little bit more and give that kinesthetic energy that you need sometimes for learning and grasping concepts. So if possible, we'd like to get a little bit more than that. I mean, we'll make the $2,500 work if that's what we get, but we'd love to really just expand our program in Rancho Cordova so we can really just serve as many children as possible. Thank you.
We have pulled item number 4, which was the RC SAC one, so we'll defer those comments until May 3rd. We've already talked about number 5 related to the CRPD facility. So do we have any comments related to the Mather Wrestling Club or the Rancho Cordova River City Concert Band, specifically from the applicant, which is application 6 and 7?
So Susan Cotterton has her hand raised. Susan, you'll have 2 minutes.
She's for item number 7.
Hi, Susan Coddington Allen. I'm the treasurer for RCRCCB, and we all want to say thank you very much for the funding that you have granted us over the years, and we're thrilled that you continue to recommend a full grant for us so that we can continue to reach out to everybody with our music and enhance the community. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. With regards to number 8, we've already discussed that item. The next application would be item number 9, which was the NorCal School of the Arts. And it's potentially Michelle Hillenupper, if she's on the call, looking to make comments.
No public comment.
Okay. And with regards to items 10 and 11, you've already identified to pull those, so we will hold the discussion until May 3rd, which catches us up. So we are on item number 12, which is Symphony de Oro. We are recommending $20,000, which is greater than the prior award amount and just a little bit less than their request.
So Garrett, I guess the question is going to be, do we take public comment on the balance of the agenda? Because we can't stop on each one of these and check to see if we have comments. So either we take them now, but we're going to start to take action. So the point is we should get public comment before we're taking action.
Right. So Stacy, yeah, anyone that's wishing to speak on their item that's here should raise their hand.
And Garrett, if I could, we're not trying to discourage anybody from speaking, and we appreciate the person that just said thank you for getting full funding. We're trying to get through this entire agenda or this calendar in the next 40 minutes, and we're on page 4 of 26. So if you're getting full funding, you don't have to say thank you. We appreciate you.
With regards to application 13, LaCar's Legacy, we're recommending partial funding. Yes.
Stacy, hold on one second. Stacy Leitner, this is where if anyone wishes to speak on these items, they would raise their hand and we would listen to them. So is there, the people that showed up, does anyone have the need to speak?
Yes. So first we have Janine Anderson. So I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, thank you very much. So I'm Janine Anderson, the Executive Director for LaCar's Legacy. And we are the ones who are doing the Your World, Your Canvas art project. And this year, my goodness. First of all, we just want to say thank you again for the consideration and for the partial funding. But we really are requesting as well to be fully funded. One thing that we want to ensure that happens is that we are able to employ some youth within Rancho Cordova so that they are able to not only get acquire skill sets, but that they are also able to get a little financial reimbursement. And so the stipends for the youth really aren't that much, but we do want to encourage and to be able to give back in our community in this way. We have other projects that we've worked on a smaller scale with the city, and we hope to, embark on other great projects as well. But we really are requesting full funding, and especially like to be able to cover some minimal administration costs as well. The amount of time that it's going to take for us to really implement this project, I mean, we're only asking for a fraction of what the amount of time that it's really going to take for us to implement. And so I would just like to plead with the council to reconsider and fully fund this project. Thank you.
Question for Stacy Delaney?
Yes.
Stacy, I totally understand her comment, and it's probable that there are a lot of the arts groups that could say the same thing. But wasn't one of our original criteria that the grant not be used to employ people?
It's not employing.
It's not that we can't use it for staff costs, but we do look at kind of the overall percentage of staff costs versus, other costs. And there is a significant amount of costs that have to do with the administration of the program, which is one of the reasons we thought that the funding could be reduced slightly. And then there's some other costs that we felt were more like a nice to have rather than a required to have in order to do this as a pilot program and see how it runs. I do agree that the Your World, Your Canvas art projects have been very successful, which are a much smaller scale project. They're basically $5,000 grants. So we still felt like this was a significant jump to go to $19,000, but still give them the opportunity to do something important, specifically in the Lincoln Village neighborhood and the surrounding areas.
Thank you. I understand.
So one thing, this project should be clear is this is for low income based youth. I mean, it's.
Hey guys, if we're going to try to power through.
We're not going to be able to do this.
Sorry, my mistake.
If after
we're going to let everyone testify and get their. I'm sorry, no, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Linda, Siri, if the comments move you to want to talk about it, just ask us to pull it when we get to it. Just make a note and do that. But let's get through the comments.
Yeah, we got to get through everybody's comments that showed up today because I don't want them to go away not hearing us. We don't want to have to run till 1 a.m. So let's go ahead. Stacy, next person.
Next person is Mackenzie Weiser. Mackenzie, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. It's Mackenzie Weezer. Thank you for letting me address you, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Mackenzie Weezer. I am the CEO of Sacramento Splash, and we're an environmental education nonprofit just outside of Rancho. We've been fortunate over the last 20 years to have funding through your stormwater and public works and utilities department for our field trip programs. And we've welcomed over 16 classes per year out to Mather. However, we requested funding to expand our programming. We're looking to create a youth environmental leadership camp program for low-income students who have no access to summer camps or access to environmental programs whatsoever. I'd like you to consider this like a sport for kids who are interested in the environment. We're looking to pair students with mentors who are working in the field. So pair them on a project that they can implement within your community. And we realize that you've suggested funding through school district. However, we don't really have relationships with administrators at school districts. Over the last 20 years, we've worked directly with teachers. And so the way people find our small organization is word of mouth as a teacher. So having a pot of funding that goes through the 3 school districts would actually be an administrative burden for us to find these campers. And the funding that we ask for would actually pay for every one of our campers' ways to come through our camp program. So I'd love the opportunity for us to reconsider and sit down and talk about our program. And we, again, really appreciate the continued support of Splash and all that we're trying to do for environmental education and your students in Rancho Cordova. Thank you.
Stacy, I would ask that we pull this one, please.
Yeah, me too.
We've highlighted for future discussion.
Go ahead, Stacy. The next person.
The next person is telephone number 1-916-804. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, this is Faiza Mughal in Lincoln Village again. I'm calling in support of application 13, LaCar's Legacy, Your World, Your Canvas, Puppetry Arts. I do support as well you guys pulling that item and just allowing a little more conversation around the project. The applicant, Janine Anderson, is one of ours. She does art in our neighborhood. Love this program. In the 4 years that I've been watching the Community Enhancement Fund, I've never seen something like this duplicated. It is totally unique. So I just want to give her kudos for the idea, and hopefully you guys will support it. Thank you very much.
Next is Dennis.
Hi, I'm Dennis Lamantia. I'm the president of the Rancho Cordova Track Club and also associated with some of the other youth organizations. I just wanted to speak real quickly regarding the request that we made. Primarily, we intended to start last year. Of course, we all know what happened with that. And just want to let everyone know the track club opened up about 3 weeks ago. It started off with 5 kids and we've 5 players, and we've doubled or more every week since then. And it looks like we're going to stay on that track for a while. There's a lot of excitement, and what the request is for is some equipment. And just to keep it brief, primarily we're looking for timing equipment. If we get timing equipment, we can actually save money for the school district, which currently has to rent or lease that equipment. We could provide that and either generate revenue or trade with them for space. It's very important to the growth of this organization if we have that timing equipment. We also have some other equipment from a previous grant, and thank you for the previous grant. And in any case, I know everybody wants to get moving, so I'll quit talking at this point. Thank you.
Next speaker
Stacey, go ahead and pull.
Next speaker is Melissa.
Greetings, everyone. I am in support of the Muganzo Experience and the Black Uterine Health documentary. While I was not considered for funding at this recommendation, I would like to know if it would be pulled. The Muganzo Experience is a business coaching conference that seeks to support folks that are graduating from college, from a number of programs, access to jobs, higher education counseling, and entrepreneurial consulting. We have an online platform already we were able to use last year, but this year we're looking to expand that with the increased interest of folks looking for career coaching and career shifting due to COVID-19. There have been a number of folks that have started businesses but need additional consulting, or folks that are interested in graduate programs and doctoral programs but are not really sure what programs to apply to. And so this conference seeks to support those folks and also put folks in networking spaces with the various chambers, including the Rancho Chamber, the Sacramento Chamber, the Sacramento Entrepreneurial Academy, Sac State, and Los Rios Community College District. And then also for the Uterine Health documentary, we would love the chance to collaborate with the new teaching facility that is en route to end uterine health challenges among women and transgender folks. 1 in 3 Black women have uterine health challenges that have led to miscarriages, body dysmorphia, acne, and illness. And so doing the research and being able to be in Rancho that's expanding would be a great opportunity to have Rancho Cordova be the leading city that provides medical support with the increased amount of diversity and inclusion happening in our city. Thank you so much for consideration, and I hope that you will reconsider funding it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next comment is from Linda Burkholder.
Can you hear me?
We hear you, Linda.
Okay, sorry. I'm here. I really appreciate the fact that staff is recommending full funding for the Rancho Cordova Kiwanis Book Buddies Club. I'm actually speaking because I talked with Angie Carligmagno, who's the principal at Williamson. The staff has recommended not funding their book vending machine project. I just wanted to mention that when I talked with Angie, I told her that Williamson is actually our club's first priority school for next fiscal year to give books. So we'll probably be giving about 500 books to them. And then if the city could consider giving them some funding for the book vending machine, then it wouldn't probably require the full amount that they've asked for. So I'm just wondering if staff can go back and connect with Angie. And I've talked with her and encouraged her to reach out as well to Stacy about this. So it might be a way to help them establish that unique model for using books as an incentive for kids to show positive behavior. So I just wanted to mention that.
Could we pull this one for discussion, please?
Thank you, Linda.
Yes, we've highlighted it for discussion on May 3rd.
Go ahead, Stacy.
Melissa, I see that your hand is raised again. Is there a different speaker?
No, I saw that the name of the application is incorrect, and I just wanted to update it.
Melissa, you can just send an email to Stacy Delaney, and we can address that offsite.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Monica. Monica, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. And I am in support. I'm one of the administrators with the LaCars Legacy art program, and I am one of the hosts for the Your World, Your Canvas. And I would like to know if you guys are considering pulling our application for consideration. We are looking, like Janine said, we would like to assist, some of the youth within our community to be able to work with us and be able to help them in regards to getting a little bit more support, within our community, and to be able to bring, I know this is just some people may see it as just an art group or just, a puppetry class, but it's more than that. It brings more to the community. It enhances our children's lives, even with our young youth. and, their mental health currently, them being on Zoom. Most of our kids, even with our Lincoln Village area, are still not going to class, whether it be because both parents are working and cannot take the time to get off of work to take them to school, because just because of the difficulties with work and with school, just the differences, especially with those that have multiple children. And I want to say, our youth, our teenagers that want to be able to do more hands-on within our community and be able to grow their talents and be able to bring, it helps build their self-esteem if they're able to work and support their own community and the younger kids, and to be out and
Monica, your time is up.
And help them with their leadership skills. So I just want to ask that you reconsider pulling our application.
Thank you, Monica. Go ahead, Stacy.
There are no additional speakers via Zoom or by telephone, but we did, the city clerk's office did receive an email from Melissa Muganzo, which has been shared with the city council. That is all of our public comment for this item.
Excellent. All right, Stacey Delaney, you're on.
Thank you. So we're on page 4. Does council agree with the recommendation of items 12, 13, 14, and 15 before we move from this page?
So sorry, the yellow was pulled for further discussion?
No, none of them have been pulled yet.
Oh, none of these are, okay.
None of these have been pulled.
What does the yellow mean?
The coloring is slightly off, so this color means they're recommended for some level of funding. It will be in a fluorescent yellow once you ask us to pull it.
Okay, but right now, either partial funding or full funding is yellow. Is this yellow?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Number 13, please.
Okay, so we will pull item number 13.
Yeah, I would agree with that too.
So we're going to move to the next page. So this will be item 16, which is the CalCap Studios fall and winter season. We are recommending.
Stacey, can you pull 15, please?
The track club, yes, we can pull it for further discussion.
Okay.
Page 5.
So you've already indicated to pull item 17 that was tied to a potential CRPD facility. So with regards to items 16, 18, or 19, they are all recommended for at least some level of funding, and it's whether or not you agree with that recommendation or want us to pull it for further discussion.
Pull 19, please.
Okay, we've highlighted that one for further discussion. Moving to page 6 of the printout, which starts with applications 20 through 24. Again, these are all recommended for at least some level of funding, and it's whether or not you have any additional requests to have these items pulled.
Yeah, pull item 20 and 21 for a larger discussion about youth sports strategy based on David's other comment earlier. David, I think I guessed right on what you were referring to.
Yes, it's these.
Okay.
So we've highlighted those for bringing them back on May 3rd. So moving to page 7 of the printout. We are skipping item 25 because we have already discussed it. So with regards to item 26, we are recommending some level of funding plus additional rollover being granted to them. We are not recommending funding for item 27. Although endorsed by the school districts, it was not ranked within any of the 3 districts' top tiers. And with regard, go ahead.
I want to make a brief comment about 26. I do not want to pull it. I would just encourage Cyrus and staff to explore if there's any way to use stimulus funds to pay for 26 or to supplement the funding there.
Exactly. And that comment applies to anything else that has that.
Sure, yeah, anything else. I just need COVID relief, recovery, whatever.
Yep.
Like, go look at the federal funds. That's it. I don't want to pull it, leave it with that funding, I'm fine.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
With regards to item 28, we are recommending full funding over the course of 3 fiscal years, and it's listed that way in the notes section.
Can I just one question, and I don't need the answer now. Are there other ones that, the next time we bring this up, if you could remind us what other things have been pulled out of that are multi-year funding, like Promise and some other ones, it'd be helpful. I know we probably did that a while ago, and we're just doing community grants, but as part of your intro, maybe have a slide that says, here's the things you already spent for the year. So.
I can easily answer your Promise program question, which is they were approved for a 3-year cycle of funding, but because we're going to pay them on June 1st for the upcoming fiscal year, you won't see it listed here because it will be paid for out of fiscal year 2021, but they will have funding for the upcoming year.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to go ahead and move to the next page.
Can we please pull 30, please?
Are we on page 9 now? Because it looks like we had a page here, page 8 didn't have any numbers on it.
And those are all the buckets that we have created.
Oh, I see it there. Okay, I see it. 30. Okay.
30 will be on page 9. So 30 is the Youth Career Center. So they have 10,000 in rollover.
No. It was, I was seeing 30 on another page that was being presented.
You were reading the Excel line, yeah.
The row 30, whatever that number is.
So explain to Siri the bucket.
No. I'm saying what's number on the row 30? I cannot see the number here. What is that?
Are you saying page 8, the one in the middle?
Yes, this one.
Number 30 that you got highlighted there.
Yes.
I see. Those are the buckets.
Yeah, council in the past has established funding for arts in public places, and we are acknowledging that we are including it in our recommendations, and we would do a separate targeted call for proposals, similar to what we did this past fall when we did the utility box art wrap program. But we would be doing either that or something else, most likely in the fall again, and it would come out of this $50,000.
Siri, another way to put it, in past years, we got so many like the word got out that we paid for field trips. Therefore, we got $400,000 worth of field trip requests. And so we set a budget and we said, this is how much we'll commit to that cause. Staff go take proposals for stuff like that and spend this much. And so we started doing that when we just got inundated with certain things of the smaller grants, $5,000 to start a club for this or for that, or some art projects that somebody would come with a mural, another person would come with a mosaic, and we're just like, here's an art budget, staff go figure it out. That's what those are.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So with regards to page 9, our recommendation is that the Magonzo experience item be referred to economic development so that they can consider it either under Measure R or specifically for a workforce development RFP that's being released, as opposed to it coming out of community enhancement funds. And with regards to 30 and 31, we are recommending at least some level of funding towards both projects. Okay. Moving to page 10, which is items 32 through 35. We are recommending all or some level of funding for the 4 programs from 32 through 35.
I would just make a comment on 34 and 35. I don't need to pull them. I would really like at some point, maybe this summer, to get a presentation from at least those two organizations as to how last year went with our funding and kind of how did they turn on the fly to offer programming in COVID. Just curious, but
Yes,
no
I agree with Donald. And not just COVID, but I'd like this in general.
Yeah,
Yep, we can work with them on a presentation. They both
that'd be great.
were able to pivot during COVID.
Yeah. On page 11, I think Linda and I did already say we want to pull 36. You got that?
Yes.
Oh, you've already got highlighted.
Highlighted.
You are so on it. Thank you.
With regards to applications 37, 38, and 39, we are
Stacy, do you have to recuse yourself from 37?
I don't, because I don't have a
kidding.
financial interest.
I'm just kidding.
But I do acknowledge that my daughter goes to that school.
Hey,
37 this particular year and perhaps in a subsequent year could be COVID-related funding.
They've been asked for that for a while too, though. They've been working on that for years. They used to have that and they lost the funding years ago.
But it could potentially be COVID-related funding.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like we may be able to get it somewhere else.
We can explore that.
Good point. Yeah, we talked about that this morning with Folsom. Cordova.
Yeah, we kind of have to look at everything we do now with that lens, right? What else could we throw in that basket?
Okay, I'm going to move forward then on page 12, which is item 40 and 41. We've already discussed 42. So we are recommending the majority of the funding for item 40, plus they have rollover. And then we also are recommending the full funding for item 41. We're going to keep going for page 13, which is items 43 through 46. You'll notice that we have already pulled for discussion item 45. So with regards to 43, we are recommending that they receive full grant funding. With regards to 44, we're not recommending funding at this time, but we do believe that if we made appropriate introductions to school districts, that they might have an opportunity to do something that was more school-based or relationship-based, and in a future grant cycle, they might be able to be endorsed by a school district.
Can we pull 44, please?
Yes. So we have pulled 44 and 45 from this. And then lastly, the school district, specifically Folsom Cordova Unified School District, did request specific funding related to field trips, and that amount is in line with what the bucket would have been anyway. So we're just noting to show it under the field trip bucket as opposed to it additionally showing it up here. So moving to the next page, which is items 47 through 49 specifically. All three of these items are also recommended that economic development consider them either under Measure R or a workforce development RFP, since they are all tied to economic development initiatives. So that would include the Studio T Arts and Entertainment Academy, the Women in Data, Workforce Development Analytics Residency Program, and then Maximum Reach for Economic Equity.
So really quick, I don't want to pull it because we've discussed it with the applicant and this, but Women in Data is such a big organization to come and try to partner with our community. I'm just going to call it out as that is a huge step for us in being able to educate women in the tech field. And they are looking forward to partnering. I don't know if Sadie from Women in Data is online, but I appreciate you guys taking the time to fill out the application, and I'm really looking forward to whatever partnership or how we're going to work together in the future about these jobs are necessary and are going to be really big things for our community. And And women are really underserved in this community in the tech arena and are just coming out of the workforce due to COVID and have been the slowest recovery. And this worldwide organization is actually a benefit to us. So I'm looking forward to the partnerships with them and how they work with my economic development. So thank you guys for filling us out. And I know that we're going to do big things in our city come down the way.
Funds.
Vice Mayor Terry, you cut out, so I'm not sure.
You can go on. Keep going.
Okay, thank you. So the next three items, which are kind of highlighted in that turquoise color, this is just showing you that we're recommending funding for the 3 school districts to be used towards field trips, assemblies, or other experiential learning opportunities for their students on their campuses in Rancho Cordova. So moving to page 16, which is applications 50 through 53. We've already covered items 51, so we can skip that. With regards to application 50, we are not recommending funding. However, the review committee did support SABA's application, which overlaps with many of the same elements that they're describing. SABA also has the benefit of working closely with BARC so that we have local representation in the bicycling community. And with regards to applications 52 and 50.
Stacy, can you hold on one second? Donald just got booted. One sec.
Sure.
No, I'm back in. It dropped for about 45 seconds.
Okay. With regards to applications 52 and 53, we are recommending full funding. That's for the Meals on Wheels program, as well as SABA, Sacramento Area Bicycle Advocate, who also works closely with BARC.
Is the Meals on Wheels one of those ones we can put through COVID stuff?
Maybe, but why are we also funding that out of CDBG, Cyrus?
They do receive CDBG funding.
Yes.
This is just an enhancement on top of whatever that is?
Yes. This is in addition to what's being provided through CDBG.
That just seems like obvious funding from somewhere else, but I'll leave it there. I don't want to unfund it, but I think we could find that somewhere else, but I'll leave it there. It's fine. I don't need to pull it.
Okay.
All right.
Moving to the next page, which is page 17 of the printout. We have already discussed item 54, which is the Rancho Sports Endurance. And I believe we have flagged that one for additional discussion. Is that correct? If you'll scroll up one. Yes, okay. So with regards to applications 55, 56, and 57, we are recommending either full funding in the case of 55 and 56 and partial funding with regards to 57. In 57, we're specifically working with the Food Locker on a feasibility study, and we expect to have information back from that study by May 31st, which will better help us inform the most pressing need for the organization.
Good. This is also, I think, COVID related, and hopefully we can find a new location for that facility that's a little more amenable to their operation. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the Food Locker. We should do what we can for them.
Thank you. We will explore whether any of it is COVID related. Looking at page 18, which is applications 58 through 60, we have already discussed 59. So 58 is the continuation of the Whisker Warriors program. They will have about $10,000 left over in rollover funding, so we're requesting the difference come out of fiscal year 21-22. And with regards to Rebuilding Together Sacramento, we're recommending the full $150,000. Going to the next page, which is page 19. This includes applications 61 through 65. With regards to application 61, we're not recommending the storage shipping container. The shipping container in that proposed location doesn't comply with the city's current standards. With regards to the other requests for the MAC, specifically the Mill Station double doors, we are recommending that they receive full funding to make that improvement to the building. With regards to application 63, we are automatically putting this in the parking lot and holding it for discussion on May 3rd because it's a little more complicated than some of the other grant requests. So our recommendation is to just automatically put it in the parking lot.
You're talking about 63?
63, yes.
Yeah.
With regards to
That takes
application.
that takes a zoning change at some point or something, right? Aren't we working on that?
Right, it would take kind of like an administrative use permit, there's certain size requirements, certain setbacks, and then they would have some limitations regarding what can be currently advertised on the sign. So there's several moving pieces to that one.
It's on RT property, it may not require any permits.
At Mill Station. Oh, at Mill Station. I'm sorry, I was thinking of the mine shaft.
Item 61, storage at Mill Station.
Yes.
I think the part of the application was to create something aesthetically pleasing. But storage is the fundamental need there, so that's a discussion we have to have at some point.
Are you wanting to pull it, or are you just suggesting that it become a future discussion item?
I think a future discussion item.
Application 64, you heard from Melissa Magonzo Murphy earlier, talking about the documentary she was interested in creating.
Didn't we see that name earlier on here? Am I confused, or are there two?
She has two applications.
There are two. Okay. Just making sure. Thank you.
Application 65, which is Habitat for Humanity, we are recommending $100,000 in grant funding, which would be a significant increase over the prior year grant, which was approximately $35,000. We're going to continue, page 20.
Sorry, can you guys hear me? Stacy froze, so I'm not sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
We hear you.
Okay. David, might I suggest we incorporate 61 into discussions about the Civic Center?
We could.
So that might be, bring that up as part of the overall complex around that area, that maybe there's some improvements at the MAC that make sense as part of our Civic Center discussion.
Thank you, I've added those notes. On page 20, we have applications 66 through 69, which include some improvements to the American River Grange on Kilgore. We are not recommending funding for the Salvation Army request. We felt it needed to align with our specific standards and strategies that we have in place.
Can I pull 67? I just want to understand how it doesn't align before I say no.
Sure.
Thanks.
Application 68 and 69 are both recommended for funding. 68 is recommended over the course of a 3-year period. And application 69, which is tied to soil-borne farms, it's showing 0 here. It's just because we're recommending it out of the legacy fund, similar to what we did this current fiscal year.
Stacey, is it possible in the future when we do something like that to take it off this list and just put it in the legacy fund?
Sure, we do show it there, but.
Okay. If something comes in like that again, like, it shouldn't end up here too. Maybe I'm the only one who feels like that, but
69 could also be a measure. Could also be a Measure R funding project.
It could be. It could be, but it could also be just a legacy fund, right? Like we funded the pool out of and stuff.
Yep.
So we're recommending right now out of legacy.
Yeah.
The next page, we have already discussed items 70 and 71, so it just leaves item 72. I don't know if it's difficult for you to see. It is right now for me with the shading, but the Sierra.
Oh, yeah, that's tough on your screen. Yeah.
And they will have an estimated rollover of approximately $18,000. So our recommendation is to roll over that existing funding that they will have left and allow them to spend that as opposed to awarding new funding in the coming year. That's the last one on page 21. So moving to page 22, we have applications 73 through 76.
Hey, hold on one second. One sec before you get into it. Hey guys, it's 10 o'clock. Are you guys up to going and hitting these last pages? There's only 4 left.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
The series ID to stop at 10, so I'm fine.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. BAPS charities, we are not recommending funding. One of the core components to their application is to use it as a fundraising mechanism, and fundraising for another organization is not an allowed use under the Community Enhancement Fund. We are recommending funding for the Heart Winter Shelter Program. Application 75, which is Earth Helper. We are not recommending funding at this time. However, we are recommending that they work closely with the American River Parkway Foundation, since all volunteer activities need to run through them if they're going to occur on the parkway.
Can I ask a question about 74?
Sure.
Did we fund them last year, and did they really not have any carryover? Because I don't think they operated this year. Did they?
So they did receive funding this year, and what they would like to do as part of like readdressing or pivoting is to buy a shower, like a portable shower that their guests could use. So some of the funding from fiscal year 2021 would go towards the purchase of that shower.
Okay.
The remaining difference would be covered under 21-22, plus it would allow them to do their normal winter shelter program this winter.
Okay. All right, I don't need to pull it. It's fine.
And the last item on page 22 is the Rancho Cordova Elks Lodge hospitality truck. And we just felt at this time that they didn't have a clear plan in place.
Stacy, which Elks Lodge is that? Is that the Elks Lodge over toward Anatolia, or is that the Elks Lodge over on Folsom Boulevard?
The one over on Sunrise is Elks Lodge. The other one is the Moose.
Yeah, this is the Elks Lodge located on Elk Circle. They're looking to
off of Sunrise.
Move from a permanent structure and reinvent themselves. And one of the potential ideas was this hospitality truck.
Pull 76, please.
Okay, we have highlighted it for further discussion. Page 23. Which has items 77 through 80. On item 77, they actually received a revised estimate. So the amount we're recommending matches the revised estimate to make the improvements to the windows. And with regard to item 78, we are recommending full funding towards the Outdoor Adventure Club for PAL. And with regards to item 79, we are supportive of acquiring an additional van, but our recommendation is to add an additional van to the existing lease. And we would get final quotes based upon whether or not you agree with that strategy. With regards to application 80, we are not recommending funding that was.
Please, Stacy.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Can you scroll?
To 80? Which one did you?
Sorry, I think my screen's frozen.
Okay. So application 80 was submitted by Folsom Cordova Unified School District to add decorative or wrought iron fencing around the Walnut Wood property.
Why does that say chain link in the name of it?
I believe they're removing the chain link and upgrading it to a more modern looking facility.
Oh, chain link replacement. Okay, that's
Yes.
it. Gotcha. Yeah, that was probably a good call on staff.
David, you don't want chain link replacement?
Prettier fencing? I would point out 78 and 79 would probably be eligible in some way for stimulus funding. Just throwing it out there.
We can look at that. We're down to the final page. You'd like to drum roll, please? Okay. So for page 24, which is the last of the community grants, we have a new technology request for Cordova High School specific to their career technical education program. Our recommendation is to fund approximately half of it this fiscal year, and assuming that the project goes well, then we would potentially see a second request in a coming year. With regards to application 82, the location of the proposed urban green space is outside of the city of Rancho Cordova. It's actually located within the unincorporated area of Sacramento County. And so we wouldn't recommend doing a project outside of Rancho Cordova when it's a physical improvement such as that. And then the last item, which is the local community service partnership bucket. Again, this is one of the buckets that council has established in the past. So this is just recognition of the continuation of that item.
Thank you, Stacy.
Yeah, I would just point out for 82 that to remind whoever the applicant was that in the ballot language, in the ballot argument, and everything we did, we said that the funding would only be used within the city.
All right. Is that it, Stacy?
That is all 24 pages that we needed to cover. If it's helpful, I can recap which items we are bringing back to you on May 3rd.
No, that can be done in an email. That's good.
Let's say, I trust you.
Okay.
Good. We are good. Good. All right. So,
Adam, do we need to take any type of potential straw vote, or are we okay just to proceed as directed and move forward to the May 3rd meeting?
I think we can just take direction.
Okay.
We'll be finalizing all the actions in the ensuing final action, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
So the goal will be to come back on May 3rd and discuss those items that you pulled for additional information or discussion purposes.
Yeah, and Stacy, can you tell the applicants that we to be available so we can lean on them if we need to?
Yes, we've been in regular communication with them, and we'll certainly reach out to those that have continued items.
Excellent.
I would also just reiterate what Adam pointed out, because we've had folks that didn't think they were on the chopping block that on the final night became on the chopping block. Because of me, honestly, in that case. So yeah, we should be careful that, applicants should be paying attention to this until the end of June, until we adopt the budget.
Yes, and we've been consistent with that message with all applicants.
Okay.
That's it for me tonight.
Thank you, Stacy. That was awesome. So tired. All right. Does anyone have any future agenda items?
I think we just came up with a bunch.
You're not funny. Not funny.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't have a future agenda item, but I have something to add at the close. Is now the time?
Yeah.
Depends on what it is.
So last week what is the start of Ramadan, the holy month of fasting for Muslims, and I'd like to wish all the Muslims in my city and worldwide happy Ramadan, or Ramadan Mubarak. This is the month that they start fasting. They do not eat anything starting at sunrise, and I think they cannot even swallow saliva. So they have only one thing to do is, the path of the pure. any Muslims on the call, please correct me if I'm misstating anything. But this is a really holy month where they break their fast at sunset only. And so I'd like to wish all my Muslim peers a Ramadan Mubarak.
Excellent. All right, so I'm going to close this meeting and adjourn it in the honor of, what was your wonderful mother's name, Iris?
Azizi Masumi, thank you so much.
Okay. I'm going to butcher this, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to end this meeting, close this meeting in Azizi Masudi. We miss her and we'll help her on to. All right, meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Do we have a closed session after this? I see it on the
We do not.
calendar.
No, we don't.
No, we do not.
Good night, all.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night.